without too much comfort. So, Professor Adams and the panelists for the first conversation, kindly make your way to the stage. Professor of Geography and Environmental Policy at the Keough School of Global Affairs, the University of Notre Dame in the United States. He comes with a lot of experience in these conversations and is ably going to lead this conversation. As the other presenters make their way to the podium and to the stage, the conversation today will last about 50 minutes on extractivism, land, and ecological violence. Remember, our three questions. Is the earth truly crying? Are the poor truly crying? Why should it matter to us? Dear presenters, right next to you are microphones. Turn to them and turn them on. There won't be an interception as long as they don't face each other. And when it's your turn, pick the mic or turn it towards you and kindly speak in the microphone. Professor Adams, kindly take us away.
All right. Is the microphone on? Can you all hear me? Okay, great. Thank you all so much for coming to our very first conversation of this conference. I think we are missing one of our panelists that I hope gets to join as we proceed. So, as Arthur already said, I'm Ellis Adams. I'm an associate professor at the University of Notre Dame, and I'm joined by 4 distinguished panelists here, and hopefully the 5th one will join us. It's exciting, and it's an exciting time to try to delve into Pope Francis's document. In my own view, resource extraction, perhaps is the most illustrative and the most powerful example of hearing the cry of the earth and cry of the poor. It really positions us well to start thinking about such a powerful phrase that Pope Francis put together. So I would go over what the structure would look like for today. We've had a few conversations amongst ourselves in terms of what to expect. So I would first introduce our panelists, and it would be just name and affiliation. And then I would pose an open-ended question to which they would all have about 3 or so minutes to respond to. So it's going to be very tight. I have asked all of them to be very concise in their submissions. If time allows, there would be a second open-ended question that I pose to them, after which I would open it up to the audience. Now, the goal of having the audience here is to make it truly a conversation and in the conversation. Okay. So to my panelists here, in Laudato Si, Pope Francis noted, and I'm quoting here, today, however, we have to realize that a true ecological approach always becomes a social approach. It must integrate questions of justice in debates on the environment so as to hear both the cry of the earth and cry of the poor. Like I said, in no domain or sector is this more applicable than our theme today: extractivism, land, and ecological violence. So when you reflect on your own work, in the abstracts that you shared, in the papers that you have been working on, how would you situate the most important elements of findings of your work within this larger framework of cry of the earth and cry of the poor, and or integral ecology? And I will begin with Ray. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is the mic on? Yes? Can you hear?
thanks to Father Katangale and the BLI community for hosting us for this, I think, really important conference and this really important conversation about Laudato Si on the occasion of its 10th anniversary. So I'm going to start talking about extractivism, and I want to start with a question. And the question is, why did Pope Francis go to Canada in 2022? Why did he choose to make that trip? And I think there's several answers to that question. One is, as Pope Francis was often wont to do, he wanted to listen and learn. So for him, this was a trip to listen and learn. But there were actually some other reasons why he took that trip. One was that he was actually, in some ways, going to ask forgiveness from the indigenous communities of Canada, who had suffered some abuse in residential schools over many decades in Canada. And this had been a very controversial issue in the country. And you may recall this dramatic photo of Pope Francis surrounded by indigenous leaders from across Canada, in which he made sort of some really, I think, important statements to that community. But the second reason that he went was that Canada as a nation was going through an extraordinary process of reconciliation. The country had reached a consensus that it was really important that the really dreaded history of their relations with the indigenous population that had inhabited Canada for over 6,000 years needed to be addressed. And so the country had begun to implement a national action plan of reconciliation with 96 provisions that actually called upon everyone in the society, every institution in the society, to be a part of that, including corporations. And so there was something going on there that was extraordinarily special and maybe embodied certain lessons for the rest of the world about how to deal with complex issues like extractive industries. And in the Canadian case, many of those extractive industries are located in territories inhabited by indigenous people. And they had been, the interesting thing about that was those indigenous people, while looking at the mine, never benefited from it, never worked within the mine, and never realized any economic opportunity or benefit from those mines throughout Canada. And so this reconciliation process actually was an effort to kind of address this issue. And the government got behind it. It implemented new rights initiatives that actually protected lands. It actually gave rights over lands to indigenous populations. So in some sense, one might say the Canadian government was implementing, to some degree, the vision of Laudato Si on behalf of the most marginalized population in its country. Why is this important right now? We're living in actually a rather paradoxical moment in which we have to address the climate crisis, in which we have to address the threats to the environment, and yet we're also looking at a situation where the discussion about the just transition in terms of climate change is going to involve or require the extraction of a lot of different minerals and metals. And so in total, there's some 90 metals and minerals that are actually going to be needed for the just transition. 75% of those minerals are located on the lands of indigenous populations across the world. And so the interesting question is, what is that going to mean for those historically marginalized populations going forward? So what was particularly interesting about the Canadian case is that there's some really interesting initiatives going on because the government and the political process in Canada is actually pushing the companies to change and reframe their relationships with indigenous communities. And so what does that actually mean? It means basically they're offering business opportunities. So for example, imagine a large mine and it has many needs from the construction phase through the operational phase. There are many workers there. So there are employment opportunities. The native populations in Canada have never been employed in the industry. Now there's actually targets being set for the employment levels. They've never been offered the opportunity to create businesses that actually would, in some sense, benefit from profiting from the presence of the mine. Now they're being offered those kinds of opportunities. They're also being offered opportunities to be equity holders in the mining properties themselves, where they actually would benefit from the profit of the mine as, say, 15 or 20% owners of the mine. And so this is kind of a whole new world, and it's only happening in Canada, a little bit in Australia, so it's early days. But in some sense, it's about making new deals around mines in which, in some sense, in the Canadian case, the indigenous want to protect the environment because they have a whole history of kind of environmental ethics. So if they're actually engaging, they might actually be able to retain some of that control over the environment while at the same time in realizing some economic benefit.
Thank you, Ray. You would have a chance to respond very closely, especially in the African context. So I'll come back to you. Caesar, why don't you take it?
I'm with a group at Notre Dame called the Catholic Peacebuilding Network, and we've been working for several years around issues of mining and peace building. And so that's where I'm coming at this from. About a year and a half ago, I was able to attend a meeting in Ghana of the bishops of SECOM. And one of the issues, the meeting was specifically about mining. And one of the outcomes of the meeting was the bishop saying, we feel like we don't know enough about the issue. We need literature, we need learning, we need guidance, materials to help us figure out how to engage in this because we don't really know where to start. And it's something that we had been thinking about in the Catholic Peacebuilding Network to produce that kind of a document, like a toolkit, framework document. We had a consultation process with online workshops with people from South and Southeast Asia, Africa, Latin America, and just had a meeting a couple of months ago in Bogota, Colombia, with people from around the world working on issues of mining to gather input about what has worked, what are key questions, what are things we're not seeing and things we're missing for how to make this document really useful to people within the church about how to engage on this issue. We finally are going to be ready to publish that in a couple of months. We're wrapping up some final details. And so what I want to share is just a couple things we've learned from this process. And two quick things just to speak to the question, the quote that Ellis framed this with. One is, I think one of the greatest dangers we run with integral ecology and caring about the environment, as with any issue of ethics, is we become too abstract. You can't do integral ecology abstractly. And as Ellis said, you kind of took the words out of my mouth, mining is one of the clearest illustrations and cases of where we need to be doing integral ecology. And you can't do it abstractly. You have to dig in somewhere on the ground, like BLI is doing with reforestation and things like that. There has to be a specific tie of what you're doing. Otherwise, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't catch people's attention. It doesn't motivate people to act. And two, the social nature of the issue. One of the things we've seen is that there will not be progress, there will not be success on these fronts without coalitions, without broad teamwork. The mining industry is so powerful and large. Trying to get policy change and governance change is such a huge task that one of the key things that has to happen for church actors, secular actors, NGOs, everybody, is people need to pool together their resources, their knowledge, their abilities, that there will not be success in these areas of integral ecology and extractives without there being really broad coalitions of people who share these values and these concerns coming together to work against some of these larger forces that are responsible for the damages that have been getting done.
Okay, thank you. My study was on pastoralism and the recurring drought that has affected them in southern part of Ethiopia, mainly the Borana and Guji pastoralists. From 2020 up to 2024, the recurring droughts has claimed more than 5 million livestock, and hundreds of thousands of pastoralists were displaced, and tens of thousands of pastoralists have died. And my research and other literature review shows that this displacement in the days of livestock has been caused by the emergence of Ethiopian state and the logic Ethiopian state, or the emergence of the modern state and boundaries after colonial boundaries that limited their movement have created. You can't really imagine pastoralism without mobility. And the Borana tribe, or the Borana clan of the Oromo is the largest tribe in Ethiopia, and they originally lived between the boundaries of northern Kenya, southern Ethiopia, and somehow western Somalia. And the colonial boundaries has limited the movement, and even the Ethiopian government's internal ethnically based boundaries has limited their movement. So whenever any drought comes, they used to move from place to place in search for green pasture and respect not to overgraze the land. So the emergence of the modern state has limited their movement and kept them to perish along with their livestock. And also, the Ethiopian government sees these pastoralists as irrational herders, just accumulating a lot of livestock without really contributing anything to the GDP of the country. And there was a developmental agenda in changing the ways of this pastoralism into agribusiness and extractive companies after gold mines and other mineral companies. So weaving this with Pope Francis's Laudato Si, I found three elements that speaks to the situation of these pastoralists and their sacred life. First of all, in Oromo imagination, there are two elements relating to the nature. One is, they call it Safu. Safu is like natural law. That is the right relationship with the nature, the right relationship with humans, and the right relationship with God. So since God is abstract for them, they know they are in a right relationship with God when the grass sprouts and when the birds sing and when the environment is in a kind of equilibrium. They know they have God's favor and God is present among them. But when drought strikes, they know that something is missing and the ecology has been disturbed. And for them, this safu, or kind of restrained engagement with Mother Earth, leads to peace. Not just to peace, but a kind of...
Okay, thank you. Basically, with farm and art space, very big land, we absorbed most of these young people into this land to farm. However, they didn't know how to farm. And much as they were supposed to be taught how to farm, they also needed to know that. And we are at the level of being certified, the process of certified soil, to have healthy food, to have healthy food, and also have healthy farmers, because chemicals are actually affecting, and also have healthy farmers, because chemicals are actually affecting the poor more. They are the ones that don't have enough money to treat cancers that come more. They are the ones that don't have enough money to treat cancers that come along with it. Just last week, there is a farmer that lost his eye due to prolonged use of mancozeb. Mancozeb is a chemical that actually is widely used in fruits and vegetables to kill fungi. But because of the prolonged use, they use these chemicals without protection, without gear on their faces. So this chemical affected him and he lost his eye. And even the other eye, he might lose also the other eye. We are not talking about skin diseases that come along with these chemicals. We are not yet talking about the neurodestructive diseases that come along with these chemicals. We are not yet even talking about the chemicals that the livestock is drinking from the water because of the runoff from the chemical that we use on the chemicals that most of the farmers are using on the plants. The runoff is direct into the water, and then our livestock are feeding in this water, and then we eat the meat. So it is a long chain. But I mean, with responding to the cry of the earth, there is so much that we can do, and there is so much that we can support the farmers by providing them with alternative, safe products. Thank you.
Thank you all to our panelists for very interesting opening statements and reactions So I will do one more round of more specific questions based on their submissions, after which I would open it and invite comments and responses, questions from the audience. But you can see a lot of sort of interconnected themes here, whether we are talking about land and agriculture or mining here, but also land and violence, as we see in the case of Ethiopia. So Ray, I have a follow-up question for you. You began by, of course, highlighting the origins of these kinds of partnerships, citing the Canadian example. So for decades, we've learned a lot about the Canada example. And given that this is a conference in Africa where we want to think about Laudato Si in the specific case of the African context, what would you say are some of the opportunities but also challenges of implementing these kinds of partnerships in the African context, and are they actually ever equitable?
Good. Well, thanks, Illis. So what can we learn from the Canadian context that I think is important, and maybe more broadly from, that are relevant for, I think, Laudato Si and into the future? Well, first of all, I mean, just the African context, maybe in terms of extractive industries more generally. I think this is a moment where Africa has to be really alive to the fact that everyone is looking at Africa for the minerals that it possesses. And there is going to be a lot of pressure on nations across the continent to actually, I suppose you might say, do deals to enable access. And governments are going to have to figure out what kind of deals that they want to negotiate and on what basis. And I think in the past, a lot of what's happened is there's been a lot of bad deals. And Africa has suffered. Africa has been exploited. And I think part of what we need to maybe learn from the Canadian case is, can we, through the kind of coalitions that Cesar was describing, kind of build kind of an alternative vision for how extraction should appear in Africa, and how it should, if it's going to be present at all, what it should be doing to, in some sense, enhance the environment or preserve the environment. For example, just things that we might want to be thinking about. If a mine goes in, should it be, in some sense, subsidizing the emergence of alternative or renewable energy sources where it operates? And should it be operating completely on the basis of renewable energy? How is it going to be protecting water resources, which actually mining companies use an enormous amount of water resources that undermine the farming operations in the areas where they operate? And so these are sorts of things that are going to require some political negotiations. What are the economic benefits that are going to accrue to communities around the mine? Are people going to be employed by the mine? Are they going to be trained to be taking on all the different kinds of roles within a mine that might be available? And then are there these questions about what sorts of royalties, what sort of payments? Should the country in some sense be a 50% owner along with the mining company, rather than necessarily ceding all of the ownership value to the company itself? And should financing arrangements and negotiations with the company be fully transparent? There's a whole discussion globally going on about financial transparency. So these are things we're learning not only from Canada, but from other countries around the world where the battles to create better deals, fairer deals, and so forth matter. I think the big question, I think, for the Catholic Church and for the Laudato Si movement at the moment is, do we resist mining as an industry? Do we actively resist it and say, well, it's so environmentally destructive that it shouldn't happen anywhere? Or do we engage? And if we engage, then we have to become, I think, very sophisticated about how we do engage. And we have to understand that this is a complicated global business. It's politically very sophisticated. We have to be politically sophisticated. We have to be technically sophisticated. We have to understand what the deal is that we want for our country and what's going to be in the best interest of the most marginalized populations that might be affected.
Thank you so much, Ray. So I think Ray uses the word "we" a lot, talking about actors in the mining industry. And I think Caesar's work allows us to hone in on the Catholic Church itself as a major player in this space. And given all your varied experiences, what can you say about mining within the specific context of Africa and how the Church is positioned to intervene?
One of the interesting things that we observed during these consultations that was unique about the context in Africa, and I'm speaking, of course, very broadly, this isn't going to be the case 100% everywhere, but in Latin America and in Asia, it is much more common to hear people talking about saying no to mining, about wanting to have the option, the right to say no. The context in Africa seems much more to have accepted the fact of mining and figuring out how to make it proceed in ways that are sustainable and just. Whereas, again, in Latin America and Asia, there's more of a sense of wanting to maintain the option to have no mining and resist mining altogether. What does that mean? I'm not entirely sure. I have some guesses, and maybe people here can help think through what some of those reasons might be. One of the things I think maybe is there being a need for the African context to do more about alternative livelihoods, which I'm sure there is a lot of work happening for that. I think BLI does work on agroforestry and alternative livelihood options, but more. I think there needs to be more of that. I think maybe like in Latin America, and so having more options for people to make saying no a viable when it makes sense for a community to do so, rather than not being able to see any options beyond mining as a way to have employment and income and things like that. And otherwise, I just really would echo what Ray was saying as well, with the African context and the need to really increase sophistication, to engage effectively. I think China has made much greater inroads in the African continent than it has yet in South America. It's beginning to, but I think it's much further along in Africa. And I think one of the tricky parts of that is Africa is much harder, or China is much harder to negotiate with and mediate with than Europe and North America, I think. And I think where that leaves you in the African context is having to do much more with African governance as the only way to really kind of moderate what Chinese mining companies are going to be doing. And so I think the focus in other places can still be how do we engage with the mining companies. And in Africa, I think it ends up needing to be more about how do we engage our own governments, about setting better governance, setting better policies, setting better regulations, to set some guardrails on the way that mining is going to proceed, and getting our communities to think more long-term rather than just accepting the upfront benefits that China gives, because I think one of their competitive advantages is they can move quickly. China comes in, says we're going to build a road, they build the road. The way they operate can move very fast, and that can be very attractive to people, but that can also be very seductive and keep people from thinking about the long-term impacts just because they're getting what they need up front and not thinking about the damages it might do long term. And just lastly, very quick, I said I'm from the Catholic Peace Building Network. The peace building approach in mining is also very crucial, particularly in Africa, where you have a context like in the Congo where mining is very, very, very much tied up into armed conflict. And outside of those situations where there's explicit armed conflict, the peace building approach that's needed to resolve tensions within communities about how to proceed with mining, about how to negotiate cases of, say, militarized security at a mine site, and how to give communities tools to negotiate those situations and contexts, that the peace building approach is also a very, very crucial a lot of particular ways.
People are to find it in order to live in harmony, kind of restrained engagement with nature, with the creator. So the Oromos call the land, in Oromo term, they call it Dachi Had Mergo. It means a womb that sprouts life. So for them, land is not just a commodity, it is like a womb that sprouts life for everything that has life in it. But in state logic, the land is infinite. But in state logic, the land is a commodity that should be squeezed, including Ethiopia. The land belongs to the state, acts as if it is God now. It enacts any law, whatever it wants. It does whatever it wants. But for the Oromo, the land does not. For the Oromo, the land does not belong to the pastoralists either. They are stewards of the land they received from God.
Thank you. Very insightful. So, Annette, you have the last question before we open it up. And when I think about how we protect land, or how we think about the impact of modern day land, or how we think about the impact of modern day agriculture on land, and in your own small way as an organization thinking about natural pesticides, to put it broadly, or fungicides. What has that process taught you about eco-technology in general? Is it even scalable? What can we actually achieve with that from small to large scale? Can you share a bit more about that experience?
Yeah, thank you. First of all, there is need, because of the need for transition, it's one of the biggest, the price of transitioning is quite high now. Given the fact that we have lost and we are losing, the cost of transitioning is high. I can give an example. In order to come up with, some of you may be making your own fungicides or pesticides from nature, using concoctions. For example, I can see even here, we have repellents for insects. That tree, just here, the cedar, the oil from it is a good repellent. However, making a small extract from just that, it requires a cost that not everyone can afford to do. So, however, the industry that is making the synthetic inputs that are available to farmers is quite cheap. It's affordable. I mean, a farmer buys just half a kilo. Okay, I'm going to put it in the concept of Ugandan shilling. A farmer is able to get a half a kilogram of mancozeb at only 4,000 shillings. 4,000 shillings is $1 and maybe 1.2 there. However, the organic fungicide that we have come up with, that is safe for the crop and safe for the soil and safe for the farmer using it, we are selling it at 15,000 a liter. That does the same work as the half a kilogram of mancozeb. Are you listening to the cost? So there is need, first of all, for the mindset change for the farmers. That is the cost first that we are incurring. Before we even give the farmers, before we encourage farmers to buy our input, that is changed. That is a cost. However, it is paying off. When I came here, the first time I came to BLI, one thing that I was taught by Mr. Sylvester is the patience. He gave us a story of the priests that started BLI and the patience that they had to go through. And he encouraged us that you must also be patient and also pass on that patience to the farmers. If the farmers mark that they can be patient and use what is safe, not what is quick to use, then that is the only way we can really make sure that our goal is met. So the cost of transitioning is one of our biggest challenges. But it is possible. Farmers are changing slowly by slowly, but there must be someone to pay the cost, to be sacrificial and be patient with the farmers. Be patient to take them through and make sure that they transition and be sustainable, like they keep it in mind so that they don't do it because you've told them, but they are convinced themselves and they do it with or without you. Thank you.
Right, a round of applause for our panelists here before we open it up. So I want to provide some guidance for how the audience invitation would work. There are several conversations today, so as much as possible, I hope that your comment, your question, your reaction is along the theme and the discussion so that we keep it very focused. So your reaction could be a question, it could be a question for which I ask that you identify which panelists you are posing the question to, but it can also be a perspective. What was striking about the conversation? What are the blind spots our discussion hasn't covered yet? So in the interest of time, Arthur, maybe we take 3 or so and then respond to and then move on to the next as time allows. Okay.
Thank you very much. I will start with the very last one, the last issue from my sister and good friend, Annette. Yeah, and this has been on table for a very long time around the cost. There are 2 things around this. One, who has got us into this mess? It's the people who are selling poison for profit. So can we ask them to pay reparations, to contribute to this huge cost that we need to reclaim, to regenerate our land? That is number one. That's one side of the story. But number 2 is natural farming, organic farming, agroecology should be cheaper than the conventional, ideally, because we are using resources from within our environment, from within our surrounding. So who is making it expensive? It is the government, the regulation, the standards, the certification, the bureaucracies that governments are putting. They are putting it at a standard of the corporations that if you must get this out, you have to go through 100 approvals, or even more than 100 steps of approval. So if we get it down to the farmers, I have neem trees, for example. I have tephrosia. I have these things, if we scale it down and teach the farmer to make these things and use them themselves, I think it should be cheaper. But if the government keeps on putting those stringent regulations of certify, standardize, then it gets expensive. The last comment.
Thank you. We can only take 2.
Thank you.
Let's hear from others. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Gabriel, and my question goes to Ray. You mentioned that the African governments and the African countries get bad deals when it comes to deals with mining. How can we practically improve this?
We can take one more, yes.
Hello everyone, my name is Queensta from Ghana. My question goes to Annette. In her last submission, she made references to the issues pertaining to financial capability. And so I want to ask from her if there are some online facilities that allow farmers to onboard. Thank you.
Okay, so what I would do is to try to subdivide the questions so that every panelist can get a chance, and then we roll that way. So I think, Caesar, I would come back to you for you to talk about the issue of reparations after mining has done damage. Well, as a Catholic Church responding to these issues, have you come across, and what are your thoughts about that? Sorry to put you on the spot. And Ray, the back deal issues about mining and the African state, African governments. And then Annette can respond to the questions on farmers and how we can get them on board with sort of the natural responses we're talking about. So can I begin with you?
I got nothing. It's a question about reparations around mining I've never heard come up in the conversations we've had. It makes some sense. In the context of mining, I think that's a long way off to even consider. It's much more an issue in mining. It's much more trying to find the money just from the royalties and taxes that should be getting paid in the first place. But I will say one of the tricks too with mining is the way that the industry itself plays a lot of games with ownership and responsibility. For instance, one of the challenges you see is that one mining company will come in and do all the exploration and then sell the license for the mine to a bigger company that has all the capital and equipment to mine more effectively. And then when they're done mining, they'll sell the rights to the mine to another company. And by the time you get to the end of the line, everybody's saying, well, we don't know who's responsible for doing all the cleanup. We don't know who's responsible for doing all of the site rehabilitation, because the last company that's in charge now is saying, well, we never made the deals that company in the first place made, so we're not responsible. And the company that did make the arrangements is saying, well, we're not responsible because we don't own the rights anymore, and it just falls through the cracks. So it's not reparations per se, but in terms of people making good on repair and rehabilitation the way they're supposed to. There just needs to be a lot of watchdogging about making sure that the accountability chain somehow stays intact. And what that means is communities having to make sure that they know when these transactions are happening, and as the transactions are happening, having people who can do advocacy to make sure that the rehabilitation plans are being carried through in the transition of ownership. That's the closest I got to a question on reparation. As I said, that's not something that really I've heard come up in the mining context. But in terms of getting what people should be getting, those are a couple of things that I think are at least related to that idea.
Yeah, one thing I will add, I do some work on mining myself, is that in the African context, a lot of the conversation on reparations now really focuses on, should we create an escrow process where we front charge mining companies to put some money as insurance, as opposed to waiting to engage them for cleanup after the damage has been done. So very similar to the way escrow accounts work. Of course, it's very hard to often estimate very accurately the extent of the damage, which is what environmental impact assessment should do. But of course, EIAs have their own sort of limits too. So that's really where the conversations about reparations are. The word reparations isn't often used as much, but the context is very similar in terms of what can mining companies commit in anticipation of the damage that would occur, in a way where once the projects have folded up, you are not chasing them for the cleanup, but there's some sort of a financial commitment in advance that would help do that. And Ray knows much more about mining than all of us, so I'm hoping he can add to this.
Yeah, maybe just to follow on that particular point. You know, one of the things to think about when you're thinking about mining and you're thinking about mining coming to your country for 50 years. In some cases, even nowadays, even 100 years. And this issue of cleanup actually may not happen for 50 to 100 years. So now, one of the things I think that could be useful in Africa around the mines, just because of the housing situation, the poor housing situation, there's also a lot of damage to or injuries on the mines in terms of very poor concerns about health and safety questions. There are companies that really care about those issues and invest in those issues. The use of water resources. What's the deal the country's going to give in terms of water, access to water resources? Because if the water resources and rights are given to the mine, the farmers in the area, the water table will drop, and the farming will be undermined in an entire region if the water issue isn't negotiated a priori, because it's going to be a 50-year problem. So you've got to think long about water, you've got to think long about power. Now, when you're doing these deals, one of the interesting things is where these problems have been addressed, the companies have been forced to invest money. So, for example, in Chile, where there's some very large copper mines, water was a very big problem, and the indigenous communities with their agriculture there were being undermined. So what did some of the companies doing? They're actually desalinating water, and they're pumping it up from the Pacific Ocean all the way to mines in the Andes, over 150 miles. And they're paying for that. So in other words, so they see that now as an investment they have to make in order to have peace around their mind, in order to be able to kind of meet that environmental criteria. They're also using renewable energy that's being provided by the state of Chile, and the entire mine is using renewable energy. So, and the mine companies could pay for the introduction of renewable energy in your countries if you actually push them in the negotiation process.
Annette, may you respond to the question about farmers and getting them on board?
Yes, thank you. The easiest way of onboarding farmers is using demonstrations. You have to be an example. That is the easiest for us. We see that is really helping the farmers. Use demonstrations as much as possible. Then there are also those organizations that have paid the cost for the farmers on behalf of the farmers. That is very key. So you pay the cost for at least 1 year. You make sure that the farmers are having these inputs, and then later on when they see the benefits, after 1 year, they are able to take it on themselves. They are able to push in to invest in the farming the safe way themselves without help. But we have to be very careful with that also. But it is possible. It is working in so many areas. So some organizations actually paying the cost on behalf of the farmers. So the other question about certification, of course, it's not going to be easy. It is not. I mean, there are so many other companies that have been in power up. In agriculture, there is a lot of power up and power down. So these companies, already we are facing competition and false, like negative criticism. It is too much. So it is not going to be easy. You have to be very confident and very resilient. It is actually like a political war, something like that. So you have to be very military-like, I should say.
Talk of military and Laudato Si together. That's a good closure there from Ane. Let's get another round of 3 questions.
Maybe later.
I thought we had 15 more minutes to go.
Not at all.
Okay. Okay, how many minutes do we have?
3 more minutes.
Okay. Well, I will just have closing comments from all my panelists, give them the platform to summarize their thoughts, and then we would bring the conversation to a close. So I'll start with Galeta and move in that order.
So thank you everyone for being here. So as I have said, the indigenous imagination of the Oromo pastoralists, and I found that it really aligns with Pope Francis' Laudato Si. And both see the land as sacred, not as a commodity to be squeezed and profited from. And as I want to progress on this, and I really see Christianity in Ethiopia is not really engaging with the issue of land and environmental justice. And I pray and invite you to be attentive of that and have that one in mind as well.
I don't want to upset Arthur, so I'm just going to say thank you to BLI for hosting us and for giving us this opportunity and bringing all of us together to talk through these issues. And I look forward to the rest of our days and being able to learn from all of you and hearing about what I'm missing and what I was wrong about. And having an opportunity to learn and dialogue with all of you. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to just make 2 points. One is about the land question. I think one of the disadvantages that Africa has relative to other parts of the world is many of the countries in Africa don't have good cadastral surveys of land. That's, in other words, the mapping of the land ownership across the whole country. The assumption is, I guess, in some countries that the state has total control of the land base. But in some ways it puts communities at a disadvantage because maybe the idea of rights of communities over land is not very clear. So I think there has to be, a big discussion in Africa about land, and even if we accept the idea that, you know, land shouldn't be a commodity, we live in a capitalist system in which, you know, commodification of land is just a fact of life. And so how do we deal with that if we, you know, unless we come up with a new economic model which kind of redefines that. I think there's a big discussion to be had about land and land rights and cadastral surveys and how those could be done and improve the kind of negotiation over land. The other point I want to make is there is a success story in Africa, and it's Botswana. And the negotiation they have had with De Beers over diamond mining in Botswana, where the country is a 50% owner in all the mines. They have a very clear and very ambitious approach to taxation, and they've set a whole variety of other conditions under which De Beers is able to operate in their country, and it's actually provided significant amount of revenue for other kinds of development investments in Botswana. So, you know, look to Canada for certain lessons, look to Botswana for lessons in Africa.
Thank you so much. I just want to call upon all of you to join in this. I will not call it fight. I'm sorry for using the word military. But join honestly. Be passionate about it from your heart. Not because someone has told you about it or what. But join the call with your heart, just from deep within you, to make sure that you preach the gospel of safe soil, for safe food, for safe people. So it is just, at the end of it all, it is about you personally. When others see that you are changed, it is the best approach for others to change. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. My one objective for the panel was that it sets the stage for the rest of the day, get us thinking about some of the big issues that we can reflect on through the optics of Laudato Si. And I hope that we achieve some of that to get us warmed up for the rest of the day. So thank you all for being part of our conversation. And on that note, I will draw the curtain on our panel conversation. Thank you.
Amazing. So imagine this is the curtain. All right. Thank you very much, Professor Adams and all other panelists. As you make your way off the stage, I invite Samson to come check out these microphones. We are going to try to use the microphones placed there and leave the cordless microphones like I'm holding to the audience. I'll ask panelists for the second conversation to kindly come forward. As they come forward, I will say a few things for housekeeping. Once again, those who came a little late, we have Wi-Fi available. And Wi-Fi is under the router Renu-BLI. The password is BLI caps at 2025 hash. BLI caps at 2025 hash. I hope that's good. And kindly remember that the places of convenience, friends from the US call them washrooms. Friends from Europe call them restrooms. Friends from Nigeria call them toilet. And friends from Uganda call them akabini. Those are, you exit the tent, move to the left, the beautiful longish building there, green doors. You move out to the right, the longish, beautiful, longer building, bigger building there, also green doors. So this conversation is on gender, ecological violence, and healing. This conversation will be moderated by Dr. Moyo. Mulibwanji Mama. Dr. Moyo is the director of Timirela Stream from Malawi. And the subsequent Fox panelists will engage with her in this wonderful conversation. Remember, today we are asking those big questions. Is the earth really crying? Are the poor really crying? Does it really matter to us? Is the earth really crying? Are the poor really crying? Does it matter to us? And Laudato Si 48 and 49 kind of introduce these questions as we dive into them. I'll ask the panelists to test those microphones that are right next to you to make sure they are working fine. And if it's your turn, I'll ask you to pick it up and probably maybe place it around your legs and speak through that. But if we need to troubleshoot, I'll run this to you. Dr. Moyo, how about you take us away for the next 45 minutes?
The first one was 50.
Then we'll discuss me and you. If you do well, I may give you 3 more.
Okay. You see, this panel, can you hear me? This panel is about gender, ecological violence, and healing, and we have 5 minutes less than the first one. So think about that. My name is Fulata Moyo, and I've been introduced. But we want to look at gender, ecological violence, and healing, starting with what Pope Francis said in Integral Ecology, where he argued, he said the acceptance of our bodies as God's gift is vital for welcoming and accepting the entire world as a gift from the Father and our common home, whereas thinking that we enjoy absolute power over our own bodies tends often subtly into thinking that we enjoy absolute power over creation. This I find very important. He said this in 2018 after the Laudato Si. But this session, we are actually looking at the fact that we are interconnected and interdependent as creation. So Mother Earth and humanity. Yet this topic actually is also raising us to the awareness that this interconnectedness and interdependence sometimes is not valued as much when it comes to paying the cost for it. And I am thankful for the first panel because they have really started us well. Oh, I have, I'm told I have to be intimate to my microphone. So we have a full house, so we will start. I want to start my panelists by, they will introduce themselves before they speak, but I want them to start off by thinking of why, according to your work in gender, why, according to your work, is gender, ecological violence and healing an important conversation in the Laudato Si Africa conversation and process? Why? So, justify why we should be talking about this. And I will start with the, maybe let's start with Elsa. Yes, Professor Elsa, introduce yourself.
Should I use this mic?
I think you try that one.
Okay, is this one working? No. Is that better? Yeah, okay. Thank you. I'm not actually a professor. I'm a PhD student, but maybe one day. Good. And I'm at the Kroc Institute studying peace studies and political science, and my research interests really focused on climate-induced loss and damage and policy frameworks around that. And that really sparked my interest when I was prompted by this conference and thinking about Laudato Si to do a little bit of investigation into the way loss and damage is mentioned or addressed in Pope Francis's encyclical. And I found over 20 distinct mentions of different kinds of loss related to climate change. And not just sort of tangible ecological and economic losses that are often discussed and quantified, but other kinds of social and spiritual losses of social capital, of right relationships, and responsibility. Pope Francis frames in a language of loss, all related to this larger system of climate change and ecological degradation. And I think when you frame it in a sense of loss, my natural question that comes next is, how do we wrestle with these losses? In addition to the urgent call for transformation and for change, in real time, communities are experiencing devastating losses in all of these dimensions of ecological, social, and spiritual life. And how are they wrestling with these losses? And what I found interesting was that really the only mention of grief in Laudato Si explicitly, in addition to all of this language of the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, of course, but the explicit mention of grief comes in a discussion of Mary in paragraph 241, where Pope Francis says, "Mary, the mother who cared for Jesus, now cares with maternal affection and pain for this wounded world. Just as her pierced heart mourned the death of Jesus, so now she grieves for the suffering of the crucified poor and for the creatures of this world laid waste by human power." And so, of course, there's a gender dimension there. I think Mary, the mother, is grieving, and I think we don't pay enough attention to the role of grief in the process of wrestling with climate-induced loss and damage. And in my paper, I put Laudato Si in discussion with another document by the Pacific Council of Churches, Conference of Churches, called Tukoele. And this document really explicitly deals with the anger and the grief of climate change that is experienced in Pacific Island nations, in which some communities are preparing to leave their lands and head to other nations due to sea level rise. And this document discusses the importance of mental health support, of a grief process, and an expression of anger over the results and impacts of climate change and the injustice of it all. And so that's really why I think it's important we drive Laudato Si further.
Thank you. Oh. Thank you so much, Elisa. And I think we will quickly move to Sister Wachira. Sister Wachira, introduce yourself briefly, and then one session is important according to your work.
Yes, I come from a background of academia and also Pax Christi International, which deals with the issues around wars and peace. So you may wonder what is the connection between wars and women and Laudato Si and so many other different aspects. However, today I am here on behalf of all those women from South Sudan, Ukraine, Israel, Palestine, Sudan, Congo, and many other places where there is war. And this war plays out in the environment as well. So I will be talking later about how does this affect women and why is it that the cry of the women should concern us. And that question you're asking, are the poor really crying? So I want to ask, are the women really crying? And if they are, why should we be concerned about that? And what led me to this was, as I was carrying out my research, I normally research small weapons, and I mean the small arms and light weapons. That's what I do when I'm not teaching. I want to know where are those weapons. I discovered that those weapons are mainly kept by women, and yet we are following the men. So I needed to understand, why would a woman want to carry a weapon? And I discovered it's because the men have gone away, the women are forced to carry these weapons because they are busy going to look for firewood, for water, for food for their children, for medicine. So I saw that connection. And so these days, what I'm interested in is to find out how are women dealing with this issue of violence against the environment, which is also violence against themselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sister Wachira. We'll move on to Nigeria now, and please introduce yourself very briefly, Damaris, and then tell us why is this conversation important according to your work.
Okay, my name is Damaris Uja. I work with Women Environmental Program, an NGO based in Nigeria, but we have offices across the globe. So our work focuses on gender, environment, climate change, governance, peace, and security. And this conversation is very important because the very first paragraph of this document, Laudato Si, talks about mother, sister. It says our common home is like a sister whom we share our life with. And it's like a mother that opens her arms to embrace us. And gender is very important because environmental degradation is not gender neutral, which means it does not affect everybody the same. It affects women differently. It affects women with disability differently. It affects children and the age differently. So when we're having conversations around decision making, most times these groups are excluded. And our work tries to bring them on board, get their voices to be heard in places where they are not represented, and also try to bring them in places where they are not able to reach. And we have made that progress for a long time within the African continent and globally. You cannot talk about gender negotiations without having African women being represented now across the globe, and all thanks to the work that we do at COP27 in Egypt. The African women actually on the stage. We have what is called Women and Gender Constituency at the UNFCCC, that is the global conversation on climate change. And this group came to Egypt. This is our land. We want to own it. We want to have African women gender constituencies. And by that advocacy, that platform was established for them. And by December last year, the leader of this entire women and gender constituency is from Cameroon. Our sister from Cameroon was elected to be heading this group now. So basically our work tries to amplify the voices of women to be able to make decisions for themselves about issues that affect them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We move on to Karima from Tanzania. Introduce yourself briefly and then tell us why. For you as a young woman, why is this conversation important?
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? How about there? Yes. Good morning, everyone. My name is Regina Kilima, as introduced. I work with the Commonwealth Sustainable Energy Youth Action, the Tanzanian chapter. And what we basically do is help young women, girls, who live in rural areas get to school, because what happens, a lot of them cannot attend school because they go to search for energy sources, that is charcoal or firewood. And because of that, they're not in school. And also, they are sexually harassed because they meet with older men there who trade firewood or charcoal for energy. So we help the young girls, give them a sustainable, a just transition of energy so that they can stay in school, reduce pregnancy, early pregnancies, and generally keep them safe. So this conversation is important in relation to Laudato Si. As my sister said, the first paragraph talks about women and Mary. So we try to put girls and young women in the front line. We try to keep them in school. We try to help their mothers, help in the society. When we give them a just energy transition, or when we give them a cleaner energy in their households, they can do other stuffs economically. So what we're trying to do in relation to Laudato Si is to help the women in terms of gender to progress their life economically, but also protect young girls to stay in school and to have a productive life. We're, just to summarize and finish up, we are fortunate to be born in families where we have access to energy sources and all of that, but some are not. So the conversation today is how can we help these young girls who are not privileged enough, as maybe we are, to help them go in school, stay in school, and have a clean and just energy transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And we will finish this round we'll finish this round with Professor Mary Catherine Ngono from Kenya. You will introduce yourself briefly and then tell us why you think this conversation is important. And don't be tempted to go into your work in details, because the second round, which is final, is for you to talk about your work, which I have particular questions for that.
Thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Dr. Catherine Binelli, as you've heard. This conversation is important because women are always excluded in most decision-making activities. And the point in the Laudato Si, the encyclopedia, there were three main thematics. Inclusion, there should be inclusion, there should be inclusion of the poor, the marginalized group. And who are the most marginalized in the community? It is women. And also indigenous community. And this group are the people, they know, they have the traditional knowledge, they have what it takes to heal their land. So, in short, this conversation is so important because women's voices have to be heard. Women are the majorities. And I'll pose this question. When you go to the community, when you go to churches, how many women attend church services, or how many participate in communities? It is women. But now, how come their voices are not heard? And they have so much. And there's a ecological, ecofeminist theory says women are so connected to the earth, and they know what to do. They have the knowledge. Now, if they are not participating in the decision-making processes, then what will happen? Know the cause of the problem to be able to resolve it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will come back to you. Actually, you will be the next one, because now we'll go this way. Can you hear me? No? Someone saying yes, someone saying no. I can just shout. Can you hear? Okay. So, Dr. Mary Catherine, in your findings, you talk about barriers hindering women's participation in environmental decision-making processes, and you made actually very clear recommendations on how how they can be a gender-sensitive approach to environmental decision-making. My question to you is, well, you talk about Vuasa County in Kenya, but my question is, what are some of the resources that can be used, according to your knowledge, from the Catholic spirituality in Africa, as well as the communitarian ethos of I am because we are, and how can those resources be used to implement, to carry out a rollout of the recommendations that you have made?
Thank you.
2 minutes.
All right. Catholic spirituality. I'll give my view, but not from a theological, it's from a social science perspective. Where I'll talk about, it basically talks about social, it basically talked about Christianity. Spirituality really talks about what goes on with the social teachings, and this basically mentions issues of social justice. It talks about issues of human dignity. How does, if we take an example of Jesus, Jesus never discriminated, I would think. So we are meant to emulate what Jesus did. There is no group that was secluded from decision making. And also from my work, women are the ones who are basically excluded from these decisions. So with the resources, having the traditional knowledge, having the cultural knowledge, I may say, if together with spirituality, the question I posed, how many women do you find in churches, on Sundays, midweek, in communities? They are the majorities, and they are the ones actually driving the community. So now, including their spirituality with all this will really promote and increase or make their voices to be heard. I will not really, and these are because of the barriers that, I may talk in detail later on, that I will not dispute the fact that culture or cultural norms are the ones that dictate these roles to the women. Women are confined to the private sphere. So she is the one who is more in tune with the environment. If I'll put it, she talks to the environment more. Who are the ones who go cultivating? She's the one. But the man is the provider. He'll go out looking for money, trying to make ends meet, but taking it back where? To the family. And when it comes to when women look at this, at the environment with a different lens,
get started. Yeah. Let's. So we have three prelates in our midst. We have three ecclesial princes in our midst who will be speaking to us, including the keynote speech. I feel it's important to cast what that looks like in terms of time, because they are very busy and probably they have programs going on this afternoon. Your Lordship, Your Grace, and Your Excellence, you will be addressing us between 12:15 and 1:30. So, Your Lordship, Your Grace, and Your Excellence, you'll be addressing us between 12:15 and 1:30. The BLI President, Father Emmanuel Katongole, will give another round of welcome to all the delegates and all the guests here. He will briefly summarize his welcome speech last evening. He will go on to invite the host, His Lordship Bishop Lawrence Mukasa, to welcome us to his diocese and to address the delegates. Bishop Lawrence Mukasa will invite Archbishop Paul Semogere, His Grace, to welcome us in his metropolitan area of Kampala Archdiocese. His Grace, take us away. Take us away.
Thank you so much for coming back. And I just want to start by saying that many people have talked to me over the break about whether gender is about women. Why is it the panelist that is only women? And I am taking it very seriously. And actually, gender is not. So just to comment that I'm told, actually, I was told by Father Emmanuel, not Father Emmanuel Katongore, the other Father Emmanuel, that actually the panelists throughout this conference, they are more female on the panels than male, which is really BLI great work, you know, for that, because most of the times we have the other way around. And to comment on the question of women and spirituality and all that, just to say that most of the times, as we have heard, there are more women in the pews of the churches than men. And my children, actually my third-born son, I'm a mother of 3 boys. My third-born son one time told me that he will not be going to church because men go to church, they go because they are paid to go to church. It's only women who go on voluntary basis. And I found that really unfortunate that, because he said, look, Mom, I see all the men that are here, they have something to do, so probably they are paid to do that. So why should I be coming to church when it's only women who volunteer? So we need to change the understanding. Yes, okay. So let's come back. We come back to our conversation on gender, ecological violence, and healing. Okay. So now we will move on to our sister Teresia Wachira. And the questions for you is, you know, your research focuses on the Kenyan, on Kenya. And it's by extension, of course, to Africa, by implication, African women, as protectors and healers of the earth. You have asserted that in their case for the land, women are not only growing food, but they are babies and stopping wars. What is it about being women that gives them this advantage of protecting and healing the earth over men in their communities? How are these women using their femininity and spirituality to stop wars that otherwise often turn their bodies as battlefields? And what ensures their own protection, security, and healing in a patriarchal context. So you have 3 minutes.
I'm wondering what I'll do in 3 minutes, but I better start. I would like to, first of all, put you on the scene of what Professor Emmanuel told us yesterday, Father, about Martha, Mary, and Lazarus. Today, I'm going to concentrate on the two, Martha and Mary. Women often multitask, so they can be doctors, nurses, teachers, preachers, name it, they are there. And so important to have this conversation and to pick on that challenge that we have just had, that men are asking why is gender about women. Why we are here is to actually have that conversation. Why is it that the men is what we are of written work, or even in our church places, who are we the women? And where are the women crying? In what spaces are they crying? Are others to come along? Up to today, they are still coming. So that is just an example. We were open to them to come, and we even got them T-shirts saying, come with us. But they are still coming, so we are still waiting, and we are inviting them. Now, the question I was asked, why is it that I'm talking about women protecting and also healing the earth? It's because the impact of war often affect women more than men. For instance, when men are fighting, they burn the forest, they burn the bushes so that they can see the enemy. So what does that mean for the women? It means that they have to walk long distance to look for firewood. They have to walk long distance to look for food. And even some of them go for medical, the trees that have medical healing. So it means that when the men fight, the women actually at the background are the ones facing the consequences. And then in some communities of the women I spoke to, the men then, when there is drought, the men will walk away and go for 6 months, 9 months with the animals. They leave the women, they have no mobile phones. The men don't carry their mobile phones, so they go. The women are left to fend for their children. And when the men come back, they come back with the animals that are weakling. So and they tell their wives, the healthy ones died. And the wives are wondering, how come? It's not normal for the healthy ones to die. Of course, the women were telling me they sell them and then they bring another wife. Or they sell them, have nice fun like the prodigal son, and then they come back. The same thing with the water. The women bring the water, then the men want to drink the water. They want, of course, the woman has to prepare water for them to take a bath. And then they begin telling the women, you can use perfume so that you don't smell. But you know what that means when you use perfume on a dirty body. And then he tells the wife, now you can go, you are smelly, you are what? So that's what is the connection between the earth and the bodies of women. That is the bodies of women that are battered, that are affected when we have war and when the earth is also crying. When the earth cries because of being plundered, or when the earth is crying out, the women are also crying out. Then the other thing I want to talk about, because 3 minutes I can't say everything I want to say. I did talk about women carrying guns because they are going to look for food, so they are forced to carry guns and weapons. But as they do that, they are carrying them in the feeding bottles of the children. Therefore, instead of carrying milk, they are carrying the bullets in the feeding bottles because they are carrying the bullets to go and sell them so that they can get medicine or they can buy food. So there is a link. There is a link within the earth and the wars that we are seeing. The same thing about carrying them in their own bodies is kind of desecrating the woman's body, that they are being used to do these things just because they are vulnerable. So that vulnerability is what I am addressing now. And the issue of, yes, I have 1 minute, I'm being shown. So what are the women doing to heal themselves. I found that the women are harvesting water so that the men don't have to go in the pretense of looking for feeds for the animals. They are also storing some food when there is plenty, they store. And then they are also using their own bodies as symbols for unity. For instance, in some community, the women wear a belt. There is a belt, a special belt for, we call it the birth belt, but the women are using it for peace. That belt, when the woman is wearing, it's made of cowrie shells. It's made from things
that is exempt from the impacts of climate change and by loss of climate change. But of course, the injustice comes in terms of the disproportionate allocation of both the responsibility for these impacts as well as the gravity of these impacts, which tend to be much more extreme in areas that are least responsible for a number of reasons. And so I think one thing that sparked my interest in this topic was so I go each year to the UN climate negotiations with a group of faith-based advocates. Last year we were joined by Regina, who's here in the audience, and also a pastor from Zambia who shared in one of our morning reflections on the story of Jesus overturning the tables in the temple, shared that he resonated with this passage and felt that the land was just like the temple, and the money changers and sort of those who Jesus was rebuking are the mining companies who are coming each year with promises and giving only extraction and desecration to the land. And we had this deep discussion of the anger of that experience and the importance of expressing that anger and pastoring communities through that experience. And so that's really what got me interested in thinking more deeply about this conversation. I also want to take us, just to conclude, back to the Tuakoele Declaration of the Pacific Conference of Churches, which discusses in great detail sort of the most extreme of climate losses and damages: submergence of land, forced relocation, death from disaster, leaking nuclear waste, and the disruption of entire knowledge systems and cultures. And they reflect on the sharing, the Pacific version of this kind of dialogue, and they conclude by saying, the stories we have heard this week tell us that the world has not listened to our cries. And I'm struck by that note of importance to the fact that these cries of the earth and the cries of the poor and the cries of all of us have been unlistened to and unanswered, and that is sort of the pushing force, driving force going forward, that the Pacific Conference of Churches has identified as the way forward for their pastoral communities to provide support to communities experiencing climate change, in addition to all of the political advocacy that they do. And so I think it's important to push the conversation further. I'll conclude it there, but if you have the chance to read the declaration, I would highly recommend it as an add-on to Laudato Si in thinking about some of these issues as well.
So much, Elsa, to our sister, Madam Damaris Wuja. What are some of the achievements made by African women in environmental protection that provide an important model to the global agenda of climate justice? How do the good practices of women's climate change achievements contribute to SDG goals?
Okay, thank you very much. I will start with my organization as an example. Women Environmental Program were over 28 years in existence, and one of the things that has really helped to improve the voices of women is policy. No fund when you're asking them to bring money to develop some policies. So my organization sourced for funding, and we're able to support the Nigerian government to develop the National Action Plan on Gender and Climate Change for the first time for the country in 2021. And it was signed in by the late President Muhammadu Buhari that just passed on recently. After that, I took over the responsibility to go down to the state level, because Nigeria runs a federal state system of government, and policies like this, when you develop them, you have to go to the subnational levels, where you have to also do some level of advocacy for these policies to be implemented. And we took that responsibility to do that. And it's going to expire this year, and luckily we've also been able to get some funding to do an assessment to see what worked, how it was implemented, and what can be improved on. And recently we are supporting the Benue State government. I believe most of you have heard about Benue State because of the recent killings, and even Pope Leo sent his condolences to the state. We are supporting the state to also for most of us that are working with farmers. You see that conflict comes from competition over resources, over land, and the most common one between the 48th paragraph of this Laudato Si that we're having this conversation on, it actually talked about the human environment and the natural environment. So looking at the human environment, we are the human environment, and the natural resources that are around us, how are we using it, and how are we promoting nature-based solutions? Basically, that's what we've been focusing on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Damaris. We move on to you, Karima. As a young person that is actively involved in the protection of your environment, working with the grassroots, can you share two major challenges that threaten the viability and sustainability of the grassroots ecological movements that you work with and their good practices? How do these movements unpack and embody the Laudato Si according to your experience?
Okay, thank you very much. One of the challenges that can face the grassroots movement is uncertainty in the funds or in the political administration that is currently globally. We all know at around February, I think, the US pulled itself out from the Paris Agreement, but also cutted funds. All the US aid was cut, and from that, people lost their jobs. Some of the programs were stopped. There was no sustainability in the programs that had already started. So one of the challenges that can happen to the grassroots movements is uncertainty of funds, or from a political perspective, anything can happen at any time. And I think that is a wake-up call to the grassroots movement. What can we do if we don't have funds? How can we move collectively and still help our community if we don't have the reliability of funds? But another thing, especially in the area that I work, is sometimes there are gaps in our policies or our laws that can cause the grassroots movement not to bring fruition. And an example is there's a particular indigenous community that we worked with, and we're trying to implement that girls in that community should go to school because they actually don't. And there's a policy, or actually a law in the country that says children are supposed to go to school. But there's another policy, that's a cultural one, that protects indigenous people and the values and everything that they do. So there's a gap between that. We want to take kids to school, but culturally we are protected. We cannot do just anything that you want. So another thing that can make the indigenous movement that we do not to be sustainable will be the policy gaps that we have. Another one, quickly, can be the tension between donor conditions and the cultural norms that maybe we have as a community. Sometimes the donor conditions do not equip to the values maybe that we have, and the implementation now of the maybe practices that we want to do, or the change or the transition maybe in climate, in water, in energy, cannot happen because of the cultural barriers that we've put for ourselves. Example, as I was saying, the indigenous community that we were working in, they refused the energy transition because they have their values and the way that they live. So another challenge that we face is the tension between the two, the donor conditions and the cultural norms and practices that we have as a community. So that is the challenge. And just to fin up how all this relate to Laudato Si, the movements of the grassroots people are telling us all together, whether you're working in energy, in water, in soil, farmers, that we all care for a common home, that we are all trying to make the world a better place, whether we are dealing with gender, whether we're dealing with community, whether we're dealing with climate change. All of us are trying to together to care for our common values and care for Mother Nature. But another area would be the inclusion of women and youth. For example, I am a Gen Z activist, consultant, whatever you name it. So we are being now included, listened to, and that I think that is a positive way to where we're going. We're being empowered, not just included, but empowered too. Young people, women, young girls, they are given platforms to speak, to participate in decision making, which collectively, again, brings me to my point, to care of our common people and care about our environment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kalima. We have 9 minutes according to the time you gave us. And I'm wondering whether I'll give 1 minute to Mary because she complained that I asked her one question, not the other question. So just for you to feel, empowered to do your thing. 1 minute. And then we will invite the community to ask questions.
Okay, thank you. Imagine a scenario where animals are fighting, the environment is fighting back, women are crying. What have I mentioned? 3 things. The environment is crying, the earth, women are crying, and also the animals, livestock. Very briefly, where I conducted my study is at the coast of Mombasa, in Taita, the coast of Kenya, where the upper land is so forested, but now has been deforested by men, and the lowland, land degradation, where there is a savo park, where animals are always on the run, fighting. In fact, there is human-wildlife conflict, and it's very intense. Interestingly, when I went to collect data, we encountered elephants. And with the research assistants, we were told what to do so that we are not devoured by the elephants. And it was serious. So in that place, women are the ones who complain more about the conflict, because a lot of development, there's a presenter who talked about what the Chinese are doing. They have brought development in the area. There is what is called it is good, it is development, but at what at the expense of what? The indigenous community. Because now the corridors of the wildlife are interfered. So what do? They are trying to survive. They go to homes, houses, they call them lions, elephants, buffaloes. They are in search of water, because their catchment area has been destroyed, and they need to live, they need to survive. What do? That's one conflict. So there's also the issue of human settlement. Population is growing, and people are looking for houses. So the land that was dedicated for wildlife, also for the forest, is being deforested and degraded for many reasons, and also there are a lot of mining that goes on in that area. So the question that I imagine in your mind, all these are crying, so no one is at peace. So the communitarian ethos, we are, because I am, and vice versa. We cannot do it alone. We cannot do it alone. We need to involve men, women, the youth, and even the children in the community to be able to combat the effect of climate change. Because in that area, we can really feel the effect of climate change, prolonged drought, and when it rains, the floods is really devastating. Why? Because the trees have been cut for commercial purposes, and there are areas for development purposes. So the question that was asked, is the earth crying? Yes. Are women crying? Yes. Is livestock crying? Yes. What should we do?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. So now you are leading the, questions to the all-female panelists representing the men.
One minute. I feel, thank you so much, panel members, and thanks so much for the conversation. I feel I wanted to share one thing, and it's a question. But beginning from this idea from a professor in Kabbalah University, Barije, he says there is no monopoly of suffering. As women who feel excluded, they feel suffering, they feel they are crying. The men who feel included, rest assured they are crying. What is the issue? Is that there is a common elephant in the room, not the ones that you found, that is really trampling upon everybody. So each community has a secret. So my feeling, don't you think the role of women is misrepresented by this conversation that seems to be looking at women and disregarding the men? Traditionally, the men value highly, or the community values highly, the role of women, and that's why they protect them in different ways. Could you say something about why the role of women seems to be misrepresented in society?
We will collect several questions. Yes.
Briefly, thank you, presenters. My question is, how do we balance this equation, solve this palaver, move forward? Gender involvement in food security. In my country, there is a segment of the country in the east and some parts of the west where women, they are fully involved in farming, more than men. In fact, after marriage, the man will cut some parts of the land to the woman. Even a public servant, she will still be ready to farm. But in the other part, that's Nigeria, in the western part, women are dominantly involved in agro-processing, palm oil, using farm waste, and the man himself goes on farming. Now, how do we balance it? Knowing that by way of economic reasoning, these two people are active at this level, for the purpose of this palaver to move forward, how do we balance? Making sure these people that are putting their efforts, they can be empowered. How do we do it? Thank you.
We are going to take 3 more, and that will be it.
Thank you. I think I want to address the issue of policy and culture, because I think this is an issue that is very prevalent in most parts of the region, especially here in Africa. And my friend Regina mentioned that in Tanzania, I think for representation, that policies and culture has been quite a big issue in terms of integrating both of the issues and ensuring that communities really take up some of these solutions. So to my panel, I think this is where now we can be able to learn from one another, not just to Regina, but to others who also have the same issues in their part of the country. How can we move forward with these issues? Because at the same time, remember, communities want solutions that works for them, but also at the same time, we're also providing something that can work for the communities. And also these are guided by the policies we have at the government level, even at the county level. So at the national and county level, sorry. So how can we move forward with this issue?
Okay, this is Martha Piri from Malawi. My question goes to, I can't really recall the name, but the lady in beautiful attire, in a blue attire, yes. I think when you were sharing with us, you also mentioned the achievements of what you have done at, I think, in Nigeria, and you have been working with the government policies and everything. So I'm just interested to know more in terms of achievements aside resources, because we have the donor shrink, everything is happening in the issues of sustainability, and we understand women are really mostly affected, but they're the ones who are really leading issues of, let's say, climate action. So what else are you doing? I just want to appreciate from you, aside doing things because of maybe resources that are there. What else have you done in terms of achievement? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Talking about the role of gender, particularly women, in safeguarding the environment. Whenever we talk about the earth or the land, we refer to it in a feminine perspective. We talk about Mother Earth, which is a feminine language. We talk about motherland, which is a feminine language. And I think that points out to the fact that women have a specific role in this case in protecting the motherland or the Mother Earth. Now, referring to your question, is the earth crying? Yes. Are women crying? Yes. How is the cry of women affecting men in as far as environmental protection or degradation is concerned? Thank you.
Dr. Moyo, I request as the panelists answer these questions, they combine that with their closing statements. Thank you.
We have 5 questions from my counting, if I can still count well. The first one has to do with the balance, balancing the role of women and men in communities. The second one has to do with policy and cultures, the friction, and how do we solve that. The third one is the achievements that have been done in Nigeria from our sister's story, and what are the lessons. And the third one is Earth as Mother Earth and all the feminine language. Does it mean that the onus of care is on the shoulders of women? I mean, well, that's my paraphrasing. So let's start from the young people, and then we go this way, but be precise and do your closing remarks as well.
Okay, very well. Thank you. I will answer the policy question, policy and cultural, and how do we merge it. I think the first thing that we can do is put representation from the ground level. I think most policies and laws are made by the top level people who have not been on the ground, who have not seen and experienced what the indigenous people are actually feeling. So if we have representation from the ground level, maybe from the village, going to the ward, going to the district, to the municipal, to the region, to the nation. If we have representation, I think somehow we can cover the gap that is in our policies and our laws, and we can move from one point to another. But I also think awareness to the communities, because some communities are resilient to the change that is trying to be made for their own good. So maybe a little bit of awareness can be made, education, but also approach. Some indigenous communities have isolated themselves. They have lived in a certain way for a long time. So them accepting changes is a little bit hard. So the approach that is also used to explain to them and to educate to them should be of their language. So approach, I think, is also a good thing to get comments and information from them to how to better help them so that we can make our policies and our strategies and laws nicely. And to finish, I want to answer generally our conference what is asking, 10 years, where is Africa? We are moving. It might be a slow pace, but we are moving. We are changing. We are revolutionizing everything and every aspect, from energy to water to climate. There's something that is being done. So together, if we still in our hearts move in a unity time, we can make it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Karima. We move on to our sister Damaris.
Okay, quickly. Policy advocacy is just one aspect of our work. One of the major achievements that we have recorded in our organization is capacity building of local communities on climate adaptation. Recently, we concluded a project where we had one of our beneficiaries launched her organic and fertilizer and pesticides company. And it will interest you to know that this is someone with albinism. This project targeted persons with disability, and they were trained on different areas where they could have alternative sources of livelihood, and also with local farmers. We also trained in on seed multiplication, because most of the seedlings that they have in their communities are no longer yielding well because of the climate change issues. So we trained in on how to multiply seeds with the support of climate-resistant seeds that were provided for them. And we also use this community approach, whereby our funding does not really target people at the national level. We go to community level. We empower community-based organizations to also take over the responsibility of engaging with government at different levels. And for the regional level, my organization supported the training of 150 African women on negotiation. Now you see more young women coming up at COP, and we also run mentorship programs for them to take up these conversations, because the older ones are getting tired. Most of the COPs that we've had recently, most of them are not participating because they said they're tired of having the same conversation. So capacity building mentorship is what we've been doing at our organization. And lastly, for me, you cannot achieve environmental justice without gender justice. And gender justice is not just about women, it's about everybody. Tomorrow, my organization, we're going to launch what is called Gender Equality and Social Inclusion Leaderboard. We are empowering communities to be able to monitor what different governments are doing in terms of gender inclusion. So every year we'll see which state has done well in terms of gender and social inclusion. Thank you.
In this conversation, and particularly in the policy space and thinking about loss and damage, much of the movement and the discussion and the action has been around the financialization of this issue and thinking about compensation, and then because compensation is too controversial, thinking about donations and projects as sort of a response to the experience of climate-related loss and damage. And I think that this completely sort of obscures another side of the conversation. And I think this policy framework of financialization is inherently gendered in its approach. And the other side of it is really the reality that you cannot financially compensate for the loss of life or culture or land in many ways. And that there's another call for truth-telling and reconciliation and reparation and apology. And I think that this approach to the policy process is underrepresented and needs more attention. And I think that is tied into the conversation around not only the representation of women, but also different approaches to climate change policy. And so that's one maybe different angle of how I think this conversation could grow in different directions.
Thank you. I've written down because I have a lot to say and I would like to say all of it. That we have to realize that men and women in Africa don't start at the same point. Women have been left behind. So they need to run or to walk to be together with the men so that the conversation can take place. Then women, like I asked my brothers, as I said earlier, why is it taking them too long? It's 10 years. We celebrated 10 years, actually. We had a celebration, and my two brothers are priests. They came and did the celebration. So we asked them, why are you still not with us? And my brother, one of the priests, said, it takes women shorter time to come together. They can easily come together, but not the men. So you men who are here, maybe you'll have to prove that wrong, that this came from my brother, that it takes you longer to come together and have a palaver. So I don't know the truth. I can only, since I'm not a man, I believe him. Then I'm a very strong believer that there is a connection between the earth and the woman because women carry the womb, have the womb. Is that true? Yes. And the child is nurtured in that womb, and we were all nurtured there. So there is that connection that because she nurtured, she co-creates with God. And in our African culture, God is the creator. I'm not saying the men cannot co-create, but naturally, the woman has the womb. When we talk of barrenness, it's the woman who understands about barrenness. I'm a Catholic nun, but I'm not barren. Because the womb is not just about carrying the child. The womb is part of the woman, so it's not something outside. So there is a tie. And I think we need to understand that when we talk of barrenness. That for the woman, barrenness is not the same as we understand. And the same thing with the earth. So when the earth is barren, the woman understands that. Then the issue of all of us were joined by our parents through an umbilical cord. Is that true? Or there are some here who are what we call these people who are created not through the normal. There is an umbilical cord that joins you and your mother. In African culture, some of them are buried in the earth. Is there any community here, anybody here from a community that does that? They bury the cord. Yes, you see some of them. And usually, when you are in difficulty, your mother will tell you, can you go and find out where your umbilical cord is buried so that you have a conversation. So go, I'm sending each one of us to go and find out where was umbilical cord buried so that we can have the palaver. Then, to end, let us silence the guns that the earth and women and men, children and the other type of creatures can heal. And then we can continue this palaver. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yes.
Yes, thank you. I will start by answering this question. How is the crying of women affecting men? Yes. When you go to a land that is barren, when you go to a community where women are going to walk long distances to look for water, to look for firewood, to fetch water, look for firewood, and to try to get food or whatever, bring back home to ensure that the household, the community, the family can eat. Having that in mind, if she goes and finds nothing, the man will also stay hungry. The man will not eat. So everyone will cry of hunger. So a woman will cry more. And I believe in most communities, a woman would rather die, but dying would rather sleep hungry and not and feed her children. The little she will have, she will share to ensure that the community, the household is fed. She would rather stay hungry. So a woman is the one who connects the community. So when she cries, the men will even cry more. Because if she decides not to cook, for example, where will the men eat? No food. So what will happen? They will also cry because there is no food. So now, in this scenario where the men have destroyed the environment, in my study and in most literature, women are suffering, walking long distances, and they encounter different forms of violence, rape by men, by elephants, wildlife. So this makes life very difficult. So even the men will also cry because women who are taking care of their children and also household, men are included in those. So it is very important to include these women. Even these policies that we make, most policies are not gender sensitive. For example, they will say women want their voice to be heard and things like that. Okay, let's involve them in this negotiation table. But what time women remember workload? They will have these meetings when women are in the kitchen cooking, for example, or when they have to take care of their children. So this will definitely exclude them. So in a nutshell, cultural norms, traditional norms, and even gender roles are the one that prevents women or that hinder women from being presented in most of this forum. So to conclude, environmental sustainability cannot be achieved by only one group. Women, with all the knowledge that they have, being so connected with the earth, being so connected with the environment than men, having all the knowledge, they bring it on the table. With men, with their commercial lens, bring it on the table as well and discuss. That dialogue is so important. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, we have emphasized the interconnectedness and interdependence of Mother Earth and all of us, and that gender is not just women, but that they are now representing the men, because men have always represented women anyway, but that's not the point. So, can we give a round of applause for the panel? Thank you so much. Are we getting our photo now? Or
Absolutely.
No?
Thank you, Dr. Moyo and the panelists. I will ask the photographers to kindly come forward and take a ceremonial photograph of the panelists while seated and while standing. In the meantime, I'll ask those running the technology to get the video ready. And Samson to kindly come help me move the podium back to the stage for the addresses that are going to follow. I would love to bring to your attention a couple things. Well, I realize some people are a little bit tired. The usher team, if you don't mind, during this time as we are transitioning places, if you could kind of swing in and take these plates and cups from the different delegates. We are glad to welcome over 100 delegates from at least 4 continents. We welcome, so when I mention your country, try to make the loudest voice you think you have ever made as an adult. We welcome delegates from Italy. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah. Ciao. We welcome delegates from the Vatican. You know, those are 2 different things. There is one. And he's such a diplomat, you will see him very soon. We welcome delegates from the UK. So there is a yeah there. We welcome delegates from the United States of America. All right. We welcome delegates from Nigeria. We welcome delegates from Ghana. We welcome delegates from Malawi. We welcome delegates from Zimbabwe. We welcome delegates from Zambia. There you go. We welcome delegates from Kenya. We welcome delegates from Tanzania. We welcome delegates from Uganda. Have I missed anyone? We welcome delegates from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Dr. Congo. We welcome delegates from France, bienvenue. We welcome delegates from the Netherlands, again. We welcome delegates from Togo. We welcome delegates from Ethiopia. I think there is one. We welcome delegates from Mexico. So it's Mexico, it's not Mexico, it's Mexico. And many other delegates. And for the purposes of the bishops, we have over 100 people from all these places. And we have at least 2 sponsoring organizations. The University of Notre Dame, as represented by Reverend Father Dan Grudy. Thank you very much for sponsoring this conference. And we have Taproot Earth as the other organization sponsoring this organization. Thank you very, very, very much. As the video starts playing, may I ask Father President to make his way to the podium to deliver his welcome address in 7 minutes and welcome His Lordship Bishop Lawrence Mukasa. May we now turn to the video introducing the address of the President. Slightly before that, I have the honor of welcoming Bishop Lawrence Mukasa, Archbishop Paul Semogerere, and His Excellency Cardinal Peter Turkson to kindly come and occupy the seats reserved for you at the front. It's nice, it's a good thing to kind of stand, you know, kind of.
10 years ago, Pope Francis made a bold call to care for our common home. He challenged humanity to respond, spiritually, socially, and ecologically. Across Africa, communities rose to the call, building hope from the soil, the spirit, and science. Now, in Uganda, we gather to reflect, to renew, and to ask, what's next? Join leaders, policymakers, and scholars as we reimagine an African future of integral ecology. Laudato Si Africa Conference 2025. Come, reflect, renew.
At Nandele village, within Nyimbwa sub-county, a 95-acre deforested area owned by the Catholic Church under Kasanal Diocese was identified as the ideal site for their vision. Paul Semogerere, who was bishop at the time, but is now Archbishop of Kampala, supported the priest's vision to restore the neglected land.
Bishop Paul, when he got to know that they are answering the Pope's appeal, he got excited. He found the vision is so wonderful. So he said, yeah, why? I'm going to give you land. And then he directed them to different parishes to look for that piece of land. But when they came to Nandele here, they found this is the perfect land.
To bring their vision to fruition, in 2019, the priests established the Bethany Land Institute.
If you don't educate the people, they will cut the forest. You need to educate the people, to train the people, how important is the environment. And that's how the institute started.
Today, what was once a neglected and barren landscape has been reborn as the Lazarus Forest, named after the biblical Lazarus, who was resurrected by Jesus Christ. The forest has grown to cover 244 acres from the previous 95 acres.
After
all you, our leaders in their various roles, all protocol observed. And to you all, our dear delegates to this conference, 10 years of Laudato Si, where is Africa? I take this opportunity to once again warmly welcome you to Bethany Land Institute. I would like to welcome in a special way Your Eminence, Cardinal Peter Turkson, who traveled all the way from the Vatican and arrived here yesterday. So he is representing not just the Vatican, he is representing the Pope. Is that a round of applause that is required for welcome the Pope in our midst? And I'm going to tell you also a little bit of other information that I think makes this a very special welcome and day. I know there's going to be a formal introduction to the Cardinal, but I learned yesterday as we were coming, I learned two things that were very, very important. The first one is that last Sunday, Your Eminence, His Eminence, celebrated 50 years as a priest. Last Sunday. So congratulations, Your Eminence. We have been so much inspired by your pastoral leadership over these 50 years, by your leadership in various continents, and especially in relation to the cause of the care for our common home. And we know how instrumental your leadership was and still is in Laudato Si. A number of things will be said, more will be said about that. But we welcome you in a special way here to Bethany Land Institute. I welcome your grace, I welcome your lordship to your place. You are not strangers here because this is your place, but thank you for honoring this conference with your presence. I welcome you all, our dear delegates, to this conference marking 10 years of Laudato Si. A very monumental document, as I said yesterday in my opening remarks. Where is Africa 10 years after Laudato Si? After Pope Francis called on us, the whole world, everyone, to do something to attend to the cry of the poor and the cry of the earth. What has been done in Africa? What is going on? What has been the reception and the impact of this document of Laudato Si? That's why we come together for this conference, ready to take stock, to have a conversation, again in the spirit of the African tradition, in the spirit of Laudato Si, as we say that we mentioned the word conversation 25 times, to have a conversation about our common home. That is the whole purpose of this conference. But also to honor the legacy of Pope Francis. As we were preparing the conference, Pope Francis died, so I want to take an opportunity at this conference to really honor his leadership and his legacy, and to thank him for providing us with that urgent call to care for our common home. 10 years, but this document speaks to us in a powerful way. Pope Francis passed away on Easter Monday, but he still speaks to us in a powerful way, inviting us, urging us, beckoning us, praying for us to continue the journey of the care for our creation. So we're very, very much honored that not only His Eminence is here, Grace, and His Lordship, but also the Nunciature, the Pope's representative to Uganda, is here. So Father George, Monsignor George, again, most welcome. We are gathered here at Bethany Land Institute, at the village, a village in Iluelo in Nandere. The village, as we said yesterday, is usually a place of backwardness, primitivity. But this village, like many African villages, and again talking to Cardinal, His Eminence yesterday as we were driving, I said, can you imagine this in Ghana? And he said, for all I know, Nandere could be Ghana. So there's something about the villages that in a way are similar. But this also, as a village, is not unlike a village in Jesus' time called Bethany, where the poor, the homeless, the immigrant strangers to Jerusalem lived. Not very far from Jerusalem, very near Jerusalem, but that's where they lived. And that's where Jesus always stayed. The village that is appropriately called Bethany, house of the poor. So our village here is not unlike the village in Jesus' time, where Jesus always said. But in that village in the Gospels, you also have these incredible stories of hospitality, Martha, of Mary listening, intimacy, of the sickness and resurrection of Lazarus. A lot of rich, revolutionary things are happening in the midst of God's presence among the poor. And we also have the story of Mary. After Lazarus has been raised from the dead, Martha throws a banquet. Mary is there, and Mary does the anointing. That's according to the Gospel of John. And brings this expensive perfume and pours it on the feet of Jesus. And Judas looks and says, oh, what a waste. This woman doesn't have any economic sense. This money, so much money. And Jesus said, leave her alone. And we are told that from this anointing, the whole house was filled with a new fragrance. The whole village of Bethany was filled with a new aroma, a new fragrance that breaks forth from Mary's anointing. We would like to see a similar fragrance breaking out in the villages of Africa. We want to see a similar revolutionary movement that begins at Bethany. Because Bethany is also a place of mission. In the Gospel according to Luke, Jesus goes a short distance toward Bethany. And there his disciples meet him after the resurrection. And he says, all authority and all power has been given to me. Go therefore to the whole world We want our efforts here at Bethany to go actually to the whole world. Our ambition, our goal, Your Eminence, is to transform rural communities. Not just here in Nandere, not just here in Ruero, the whole of Africa and beyond Africa, as the invitation in the story of the whole world. That revolution, that bold cultural, ecological revolution that Pope Francis talks about. But in a typical Bethany way, we always begin small. But we begin well. And we begin now. So that's why we have started here. And this year also, we have inaugurated a new model for the parish. We call it Integral Ecology Model Parish of Nandere. I don't know whether Father Matthias Joga is here, the parish priest. If Father Matthias, you're here, please stand to be recognized. So we're working with the parish to already begin that change, beginning with the parish here. But our hope is for the whole diocese, the whole country, eventually to become models of integral ecology. So once again, my dear friends, welcome to this Bethany, this village. And at this moment, I want to invite our bishop, Bishop Lawrence Mukasa, to come forward and welcome the people and say a few words of introduction. Thank you, Bishop Lawrence Mukasa.
We are gathered here to celebrate the 10 years of the promulgation of Pope Francis' encyclical of Laudato Si. And it also gives us another opportunity to remember and pray for the soul of our beloved Pope Francis. Allow me, Your Eminence, to move a vote of thanks to all the organizers of this conference, headed by Professor Emmanuel Katongole of the University of Notre Dame. They have done a commendable job to put together this program and all its logistics. We are gathered in this conference to look back at how much we have achieved so far as the church, especially in this part of Africa, in the efforts to address all the programs aimed at strengthening our commitment for the care of our common home, Mother Earth. Mother Earth has been greatly affected by our recklessness to degrade the environment, which has had adverse effects on all of us. Your Eminence, while I once again welcome you, I wish you and all the participants of this conference happy deliberations. Once again, to all of you, you are most welcome, and thank you for coming here with all the blessings you come with from the different parts of the countries that you represent here. God bless you, and once again, you are most welcome. Thank you.
Stephen Magic and Father Tongore. Your Eminence, Cardinal Peter Turkson, Your Lordship, Bishop Mukasa, the Secretary to Nunciature, Father George, I would like to refer to the others as delegates. I think to make it brief, but particularly mention Father Katongole, I think who is now should be regarded as the chief architect for this conference. I welcome you all, but I particularly welcome His Eminence in our midst as a friend of Uganda, as a friend of Uganda Matters, as a friend of many people, especially the Charismatic Renewal members. He has been here many times, I don't know, well, at least more than one time. He has stayed in this diocese before, in the Mao Center. He has had different conversations. He has held retreats with the priests of the Archdiocese and the entire country, Uganda. So I regard him as a friend of Uganda. Thank you for coming once again. And I hope this time you'll be able to see even more, a lot more about Uganda. Your Bishop, thank you for allowing us, welcoming us, and being part of this conference. I think the presence of the Vatican in the person of Cardinal Turkson, the presence of the Nunciature, in the person of Father George, the presence of the Bishop Mukasa, the chief shepherd of the diocese, and myself speaks volumes to the people of this diocese, to all of you from different parts of the world, including Africa, that we are serious and the church is serious about Laudato Si. And I would like to thank the participants. I would like to thank the panelists who are here, talking and listening to you. I remembered what the cardinals, the bishops, the pastors at one time, that our time now is to listen to the people. That we have talked a lot and given messages, but we need to humble ourselves and give an ear to the world, to the people. Today we have been listening to the ladies, and we have heard the message. And you have been loud and clear. We shall take it home that when you are together in a group, we are not gossiping, but on a serious matter. This, as you have heard from Father Katongole and His Lordship, Bishop Mukasa, is a village, a real local village. As I was coming in, I saw that the road was not that bad. From Karuri, from the main road, from the highway, we call it highway to Gulu, to this place and beyond. But it's not the first time that I used this road. So many times I've been used and the road was bad. Then I asked the driver, what happened? Who helped us to do this road? And then they said, Father Katonga must have whispered to the leaders of this place that a big delegation is coming. We need to do something. So already with your coming, we are making an impact to bring some development in this area. And that's why I say we are very lucky as Nandere, that God somehow chose to have this place for BLI. And in this place, we are able to reach out to different parts of the world and to bring eminent people like you to have a conference in a simple village of Kasanaruwero Diocese. I hope we have got good representatives from this village, from this parish, because this conference is not about just universities and big companies. The Laudato Si is meant for everybody, grassroots, for the common person. And I know that the lessons that are taking place here are meant for the common person, for the improvement of that. And I'm praying that at the end of this conference, we as delegates will have something to take home, but also those who in this village, in this parish, will have something to take home for their own good, but also for the good of earth. I'm grateful and happy that Father Katongole with his group designed this program. I was the Bishop of Kasanaruwero at that time when they approached the diocese to have this place used for this purpose. I'm grateful to the Universal Church for the support that they gave for the beginning of this program. Without it, I think we would not have a chance to continue. 10 years ago, this was nothing. The forest has been occupied by humans. The animals had run away. The monkeys that we see now had gone somewhere else. So many species of birds that come now because of the improvement of the forest. I hope many of you will be able to see many of them and enjoy beautiful birds of Uganda. The rivers had dried up. I think even the climate is now improving because of the regeneration of this forest. I think we have one of the biggest forests around here, or here from here up to maybe Hoima. Oh, this is the effort, this program that has come to in this area, and I would like to thank you and to assure you that because I see we have done a lot already in 10 years, that we shall continue supporting you and being part of you. And I would encourage others, now that we have seen the whole Vatican here, and I know very clearly that Cardinal Turkson has been part of Laudato Si. It is imperative for us, not only Archbishop Semogere, but to listen to this message. 3 years ago, the bishops of AMESEA is Association of Member Episcopal Conferences in Eastern Africa. We gathered in Tanzania, and we had a conference, a plenary, and the theme was about Laudato Si. What had we done as Africa in regard to Laudato Si? And we encouraged each bishop to go in his diocese to bring an impact of Laudato Si. I'm very proud to say that regarding the Archdiocese of Kampala and Metropolitan See, at least we have Kasana Ruero representing us. There's something that we can show, that we've got Laudato Si here, and with this effort, we shall spread to different dioceses. Call of Pope Francis. I pray that the conference inspires the local community to protect the environment, to improve their lives. And as I'm aware that at the end of the conference, the Archbishop will once again be invited to say more. Why don't I from here so that I can continue listening as Pope Francis requested the bishops to. So thank you for coming, and I'm well prepared to continue listening to your message, and I hope you have a good time in the Kasana Royal Diocese. The people of Kasana Royal are very hospitable. You have already tested. You have listened to them when they warn you about what you are eating and what to eat and not to eat. But I assure you that the hospitality of this place is very good. And we shall pray that the conference is successful until the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, honored and distinguished guests, it's great to be here with you. And as many of you know, since we started, Father Katongole has encouraged us to be on a process of discovery. And you know, there was a moment of discovery that happened in the year 2000 when there was a press conference on the front lawn of the White House. President Clinton had invited Francis Collins to share with the world some important discoveries. He had deciphered the sequence of the human genome and really launched a new era of research and a reflection of who we are and where we come from. And one of the things that was an outgrowth of that discovery was a genetic test and a genetic research project. And that is by actually isolating certain elements on the human genome, you could trace back your ancestral heritage 80,000 years. And so I did that and actually found out that my ancestors came from Africa and came from the area around the Olduvai Gorge, as did all of us here, around 80,000 years ago. But I also had a chance with Fulata to go to the Museum of Human Origins, Mapengo? Maropeng, in South Africa. And there they have really a tour through some of these discoveries in this Museum of Human Origins. And one of the things that at the end of it, there's a wonderful banner that actually has some important human questions to reflect on. And the reason why we're gathered here today is to reflect on those human questions. And one of the things I remember very distinctly from that event was the awareness that our collective umbilical cord, as was mentioned earlier, is buried here in Africa. So we come to Africa to reflect, and to reflect more broadly on a relationship with the earth, and to reflect what is the quality of our relationship with Mother Earth. How do we cultivate and honor this relationship better? And how do we be better stewards of what's been entrusted to us? So I only add to the very rich reflections that we've had already today just 3 points. And one is to highlight the fact that when Pope Francis wrote Laudato Si, he wanted it to be a document on integral ecology. And he wanted people to reflect not just on the outer environment, but also the inner environment, to reflect on our spiritual lives, to reflect on a relationship with God, and even to reflect on a relationship with ourselves and how that affects our relationships with others and with the earth. He reminded us that an integrated approach to combating poverty is important for restoring dignity to the excluded and at the same time protecting nature. He affirmed that everything is interconnected and that our actions must reflect our integral relationship between ecological balance and human dignity. The second, I want to thank you again, Emmanuel, for your starting us off with this event and really helping us situate ourselves within Africa. He talked about 4 themes to really encounter the beauty of Africa, to reflect on its rich cultural heritage, to really also recognize the ways that there's a deep spirituality that undergirds all of this, and to reflect that all of this in a very complex way is related to our colonial heritage. So as we reflect on those themes, we see that Africa is not only a site of need, but it's also the wellspring of solutions, of leadership, and of spiritual richness. Lastly, this is really a place where we come to reflect on a commitment to hopeful action, not as a place of passive reflection that just stop at the levels of academic discourse, but really a call to ecological conversion. In Pope Francis's words, he asks us that hope would have us recognize that there's always a way out and there's always a way to redirect our steps. And so as we come together today for this time of deep listening, shared learning, and courageous imagining of a future where creation is healed and humanity flourishes together, we come to pray before I will introduce our distinguished keynote speaker. Bow our heads and pray for God's blessing. All-powerful God, creator of heaven and earth, you are present in the whole universe and in the smallest of your creatures. You embrace with tenderness all that exists. We gather today in your name to reflect, to discern, and to act on behalf of our common home, which groans under the weight of exploitation and indifference. Open our hearts to hear the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor, and let us not be deaf to the suffering of creation, nor blind to the wounds we have inflicted through our throwaway culture and unchecked consumption. May the spirit of St. Francis of Assisi, who saw your glory in brother sun and sister moon, in the water, in the wind, and in the humble earth, guide our thoughts and actions today. Grant us courage to embrace ecological conversion, to live simply, to walk gently, and to recognize that everything is connected. Bless our gathering with wisdom, unity, and resolve. And may our dialogue be infused with compassion, our decisions rooted in justice, and our vision illuminated by hope. We ask this through Christ our Lord, who recognizes all things in himself and in the power of the Holy Spirit, who renews the earth and makes us whole. Amen. So it's my pleasure to introduce today our distinguished guest, Cardinal Peter Turkson, who is the Chancellor of the Pontifical Academy of Sciences and the Pontifical Academy of Social Sciences. He's one of the Church's most respected voices on justice, peace, and human development. He was born in Ghana and was ordained a priest in 1975, and later became Archbishop of Cape Coast, where he served until his elevation to the College of Cardinals by Pope John Paul II in 2003. Cardinal Turkson has played a central role in the global church's effort to promote integral human development, serving as the founding prefect of the dicastery dedicated to that mission. He has contributed his leadership across Africa and across the world, including as president of the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace, and as the general relator of the Synod on Africa. He's a biblical scholar and a polyglot, and he brings deep intellectual and pastoral insight to the urgent and global challenges of our times, especially those at the intersection of faith, ecology, and human dignity. Together, please welcome Cardinal Peter Turkson.
This should have been Notre Dame in April, right? No, you go. You want a piece to wear? Yeah. Oh, you all ready to walk out? It may well be because time for lunch, right? It's 1 o'clock. So the computer is down there because the message came clearly to me that this is supposed to be conversation, not a lecture. So it's also meant to be just a free talking, right? So I want to thank you, Father Goody, for your words of introduction and welcome. Father Emmanuel for the invitation. Your Grace Archbishop, my Lord Bishop, for your kind words of welcome, and all of you, dear brothers and sisters, who have traveled far and are from far and wide to be here, to be part of this event. I so much wanted to be here at the beginning of the event at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock, whenever it began, to just have a sense of what Palaver is all about. That's what Father invited us to do last night. He said this is a palaver. If it's a palaver event, palaver has that thing of gathering on the trees. We don't sit on the tent for palaver. We sit on the trees for palaver, and that's how the conversation takes place. So this is just then meant to be free talk and conversation, sharing from the heart, from the mind about our different experiences of the subject matter that has brought us all together. And so I very much enjoy listening to your reflections this morning about the different subject matters that you all gathered here to share. And listening to all of you, I thought that you were all experts of Laudato, and didn't require me to come to say anything. All the ideas and the thoughts you shared, to cite chapters and paragraphs of Laudato Si for what they said, just made me feel that all of you are the professor, the people we needed to listen to, not me. So, the other challenge I feel driving me is that I didn't quite look at this on the program before I came up here, but if my watch says 12 o'clock, that must be 1 o'clock here. And that makes me wonder when you're going to have lunch. And wondering when you go have lunch means that I need to be very brief. Unless you tell me we don't need lunch. Tell me you don't need lunch. then I can speak for as long as I want. But I think compassion is also part of Laudato Si, so I need to be compassionate and then try to be as brief as possible. But again, that is another challenge. Being brief about Laudato Si is not an easy task. The subject matter itself is long. And the different ramifications of the subject matter. Just as this morning you had the occasion to consider gender in Laudato Si, stuff I'd never considered before. But being able to cite Mary, so the first paragraph talks about, Mother Earth and then Sister, all of that. I never put them together with gender. So, you help me do that. So briefly, I just like to, in the form of conversation, having abandoned any lecture type of thing, it could also have been PowerPoints displayed and showed. All of that would probably have had the character of being too academic or lecture or whatever type of thing. So it's time for bedtime stories. So let's begin. Once upon a time, the author of Laudato Si, Pope Francis, had come to the throne of Peter after serving as the Archbishop of Buenos Aires and the last secretary of CELAM, the Latin American Bishops' Conference, and its conference on Aparecida. That's when the Latin American bishops got together to take stock of their own country and to consider the ecological impact of everything that was happening in that country especially the Amazon. From there, the decision was taken to create a network, which later on our dicastery, Justice and Peace, took up, and we decided to link 3 areas in the world. The Amazon, so we have something we call Amazonia. Then we had a second region, which was the Congo Basin, which we call Rebak. And then we had a third area, which was Indonesia and the Philippine area. All areas along the equator with big rivers. And we wanted to study the impact of ecological development, environmental development on these rivers. So Pope Francis then came to the throne of Peter with this deep awareness about the impact of human beings on the environment. And so elected the Pope, like very many, we just had the last experience. It's always interesting to think about the moment of conclave. When all the cardinals there gathered, when one of them was going to be elected a Pope. But he doesn't quite know whether he will be elected a Pope. But the moment he's elected, the moment the voting gets beyond 2/3 majority for the candidate, he needs to think about the name and have a name ready. And he needs to think also about what he wants to do. So Francis did that. When he was called, apparently we know that one cardinal from Brazil was close to him, who nudged him, do not forget the poor. And so he came out with the name Francis. And having come out with the name Francis, the vision, the project of Francis accompanied him. The present one, thinking about everything happening, rather said he wanted to be Leo. Because Leo XIII had been one who had to deal with the Industrial Revolution, its impact, the upsurge of capitalism, the development of working poor, and all of those in society. So he sat us also now thinking about the new forms of industrial technology, which are also changing things in the world. So we're looking at the modern digital technology, AI and all of that, its impact on everything that will happen. So, and how quickly they think about all of this is a thing that can probably only be attributed to God. So I was very close to Leo, didn't know that he was thinking about the name. But when do you accept it? Yes, I do. And what name do you want to Leo? Leo. And then we get to think about Leo, and then we said that Leo XIII was the Pope of Rerum Novarum, which was a reaction to the Industrial Revolution. We do have a new Industrial Revolution now in digital technology, and probably that's what the Holy Father now wants to address. So in any case, so Francis came to the throne with this. And at his first inaugural Mass in St. Peter's Square, coincided with the feast of St. Joseph as the custodian or caretaker of the Holy Family. And the homily of the Pope on that day was the invitation of all of us, the whole world, to be caretakers like St. Joseph, but not of the Holy Family, but of creation and the poor. That's where the encyclical was born. From that homily of Pope Francis at his inaugural Mass, when he celebrated the feast of Joseph, the custodian, caretaker of the Holy Family, the idea of inviting all of us to exercise the same function of taking care of creation and everything also was born. So shortly thereafter, in the line of business, going to him to ask, for what shall we do for whatever time, he says, now I'm thinking of developing an encyclical. So that's a great thing. How do you want it to be? I'm thinking of developing an encyclical on ecology. So I came to the office and shared this with the staff. And so normally the thing is, if the Pope wants to develop an encyclical, then he calls the dicastery, and then they kind of formulate the guidelines, the main points and whatever. Francis didn't want to do that. So when asked, when can we get together to look at it, he says, no, you go ahead, you begin. So he wanted the dicastery to begin its own draft of this subject matter, so he would also be free to also edit and put in whatever he wanted. And so that's how it is. So the dicastery put together a team from the United States, Washington, D.C., Catholic U, from Italy, from Ireland, from Pastoralism Institute in Germany, and from all over to kind of put together this draft, which later on, Jesuits don't lack human capital, right? Jesuits have them all over. So the draft we worked on ended up in Berkeley, and Berkeley Jesuits worked on it before it became the encyclical that we have. So that's Laudato Si. But big thing about Laudato Si is a very basic issue that we still have to deal with. What is the relationship between the human person and creation, all of whom God created at the beginning? God created the world, and then he created the human person. And then we have two accounts of that. Okay, in first account, God says to the human person, have dominion over the earth, whatever type of thing. And people have taken that dominion in all senses. Control, absolute control, use of whatever for whatever type of thing. The second account, however, is a little bit more humane. God planted a garden, and into that garden he led man, whom he had created, and then the charge was work it and then take care of it. Okay? Work it and take care of it. So the relationship then, everything that we're discussing over here, the need for a place like this, the challenges, whether it's in the area of mining, in the area of deforestation, in the area of destroying rivers, all of that is about the relationship between the human person and his environment. Or you call it the human person and his garden home. In that sense, God gave the world to us as a garden. And a garden in that sense is not even like the forest you're creating here. A garden is a place where that requires a particular attention and care. A garden of roses and beautiful plants is a garden that requires special attention, special dedication and care. That is what God planted, and into that garden, God led Adam, or the human person, to take care of the garden. And that means that we have the task, responsibility of preserving a garden and not making the garden become a wilderness or becoming a desert. This is the basic challenge then that we have from creation. God entrusted the world to us as a garden, and it is our responsibility to keep it as a garden and not as a wilderness or a desert that we bequeath to those who come after us. And there are so very many other senses that we can attribute to this. Therefore, the world was also given to us as a gift, something we did not work for, something that God bestowed on us as a gift. And what we do to a gift is to learn to say thank you for the gift, to learn to preserve it, and to show a sense of responsibility for the gift that we've received. And then some also refer to it as a heritage. A heritage is something you've not worked for, but something that is bestowed on you, and which invites you to also think about bestowing it on those who will come after you. So all of these thoughts you can, you see, that's why it's difficult to talk about Laudato Si in 5 minutes. So let me do one thing, which will probably help me structure and help us probably do one thing. Elsewhere, when I've had to talk about Laudato Si to people who have pens in their hands like you all do here, if you didn't have pens, I would not have taken this part. So I decided on just looking at you now to change my direction, to change what I want to do. I see other pens, okay. So let us now think about Laudato Si with 7 C's. The letter C, okay, 7 of them. And try to capture Laudato Si in 7 C's. The first C of Laudato Si, idea with which is, let us talk about C of continuity. The crucial or central teaching of Laudato Si is integral ecology. But integral ecology was not first formulated by Francis. Integral ecology was first formulated by Pope Leo XIII in Rerum Novarum. And then from Rerum Novarum was taken up by the Second Vatican Council and developed. That's when several nuns who ran schools, all of a sudden started talking about holistic education, integral education. That concept came already from the Second Vatican Council and the invitation to consider everything in its integrality, on its holistic character and all of that. So that's where, a sense of integral anything was born. So Second Vatican Council took it up, and after the council, Pope Paul VI, Populum Populorum Progressio, took this up. And then address it to so man or humanity, saying that, we should not forget that the earth that we benefit from our work was a gift that we receive and need to preserve it. So that concept, therefore, was a concept that is developed in Laudato Si in continuity with the teaching of other popes before Francis. So that's the first C. If you're looking at the central concept of Laudato Si, study it as a concept that is developed in continuity with previous popes who have gone before Pope Francis. Pope Francis certainly took it up and made it very central to the encyclical Laudato Si. But it's a concept that had already been developed, as it were, and appeared in different teachings before Laudato Si. For example, the immediate predecessor of Pope Francis, Benedict XVI, he talks about ecology of nature, ecology of the human person, ecology of society, ecology of peace. All of this put together becomes integral ecology. And this morning, walking from our residence over here, Father here also presented a vision of integral ecology that also struck me. As we were walking up and, he showed me the different plants, that the center was planting. He said that, this is a new discovery we're making, that to plant nitrogen-producing plants in the midst of nitrogen-consuming plants. And so, they say, and then refer to that as integral ecology. I say, wow, that's also true. That's also true. In the past, we would probably have referred to that as mixed farming or mixed planting or whatever type of thing, or sustained biodiversity. But referring to that as integral ecology was also very meaningful. So that's the sense of integral ecology. And when, again, Benedict went to Australia, his first observation was about the natural ecology of Australia, how mining and everything was affecting it. And then he says, but I have observed another form of ecology here which requires attention. And what was this new form? He had visited Aboriginal communities and found out how much drug addiction and alcohol consumption and all of that was prevalent in that community. So there is also human ecology to be taken care of in this country. And the human ecology then had to do with, again, people's living, people's lifestyle, and how that was being destroyed by habits and lifestyles that had been adopted. So the two go together, and then he would tag on to the ecology of it. So first C I want to talk about, and probably I should not spend so long on one C, otherwise we'll never finish. So the first C then is the C of continuity, and it's simply to draw attention to a feature of this encyclical. And that feature is that the thoughts and the ideas in Laudato Si are developed in continuity with thoughts and ideas expressed by other popes before Francis. So Francis as it were becomes the stalk that makes the thing blossom. But they started already growing in the thoughts and the discourses and writings of popes before Francis. So that is the first C. If it becomes necessary later on, if there are any questions, whatever, we'll go back and still dig out some more details. The second C you can talk about is collegiality. If you read Laudato Si, several places you find that Pope Francis says, as the Bishops' Conference of US have said, as the Bishops' Conference of South America have said, as the Bishops' Conference of India have observed, as the Bishops... So as Pope Francis is writing this in collegiality with Bishop conferences around the world. So Laudato Si then, to the extent that it seeks to capture ideas and expressions from other episcopal conferences, seems to be a work written in collegiality, as it were, with all bishops. Pope Francis didn't call for a synod to reconcile the sea, but he knew what other episcopal conferences have said about the environment and quickly, readily makes reference to all of them. So this is the second C of collegiality. The Pope was writing together with the bishops' conferences around the world about an issue that affected all of humanity. The third C of Laudato Si, if the Pope was writing with the Bishop Conference around the world, and not only with bishops' conferences around the world, but sometimes also with other non-Christian groups, in a form of a conversation. The third C is a C of conversation. It's like, let's come, we face a common issue, let us talk together, let us dialogue. We've already been told how many times the Pope talks about conversation, and this encyclical and dialogue and all of that. So that is the thing. We're facing a common global problem. We need to come together, talk, see, find solutions. So there is the C of conversation or dialogue between not only Pope Francis and the Catholic Church, but others. Most importantly in this regard, let's think about the Orthodox Church. In a very real way, the Orthodox Church showed consciousness about the ecological issue way before the Catholic Church. The Patriarch Bartholomew had already begun to write and call ecological abuse of the environment sin before Pope Francis wrote Laudato Si. So the Orthodox Church was way ahead in this regard than the Catholic Church in showing awareness of what the abuses that we were meting out to creation and nature, and started calling it not simply abuse, but even sinful. That it's sin to abuse creation and all what our own lives depend upon. So the conversation was not only among Catholics and bishops and all of that, but also with our fraternal brothers, the Orthodox Church, and several other groups. And since Laudato Si came out, in Istanbul, there was also a conference to bring Muslims on board with the teaching of Laudato Si and several other institutes. So it's an encyclical developed as it were to promote conversation and dialogue among the different sectors of humanity, all by way of finding a way of dealing with and addressing the common challenge that we face. And if we gather to dialogue or to converse, what are we conversing about? Care. Care for our common home. That's what the conversation is all about. If you want, call it crisis, but you can also call it care for our common home. The need to take care of our environment. They need to exercise care for our common home. That was the challenge. In this regard, if you were going chapter by chapter, which we could also have done, the second chapter, as you remember, of Laudato Si, is the biblical roots of everything that the Pope, wanted to talk about. Now, the biblical roots also, give us something very significant to take care of. I've referred to the two accounts in Genesis and the second account. It's important to know the words. The word which is presented as God created the world and entrusted the world to us to have dominion over it. Dominion may not be understood in sense of possessive, if you want, or use anything of creation, because that's not the sense of radar, the Hebrew word that is used for this whatever. If you want to get a sense of radar, it's probably the same control with which God brought to creation from transformative, from chaos to an ordered system that we call a cosmos. The transformative power that turns anything from chaotic. You remember Genesis, the Spirit of the Lord was moving over whatever, and it was all chaos and all of that. And then God spoke, and everything that was transformed into a cosmos. And cosmos, Greek cosmos, means an ordered system. A system with order, which also provides beauty and usefulness. So that kind of transformative power is what radar refers to. So it's not God entrusted to us for dominion, so we exercise dominion, use it for whatever. That's not the sense. God entrusted this to us. The second account, however, provides there was another a very significant expression again from scriptures about our sense of our care. When God placed Adam in the garden, he used two verbs. Okay, so till the earth and keep it. Okay, till the earth and keep it. And the word for till is the same word for work. Okay, ava. Or the work become avodah. So to till the earth and keep it with the basic root word of work makes us also think about another thing. These days in our own church, we've been reading the account of Genesis, Exodus, how Moses led the people of Israel out of Egypt. You know the reason, you remember the reason that Moses gave to Pharaoh? That God wanted them to go to the desert, 3-day journey into the desert to do what? God wanted Israel to do a 3-day journey into the desert to serve the Lord. Avodah. The same verb is used when God also puts Adam in the garden, and it's always to avodah. It's always to serve. So, working in the garden of God, it's not simply labor work, but labor work as a form of rendering glory to God, serving God who placed man in the garden. So the sense of working the terrain or working in the garden is not purely simple manual labor, but manual labor with a spiritual connotation and sense. For when human beings serve God in his temple, it is avad. When they also work in the garden, it's also avad. So the sense of any exercise of labor is not what the Romans will later on have us understand, that work is for slaves. Okay, that's something the Romans will later on introduce. But work was something that God created at the beginning of creation, not even after the fall of Adam and Eve. If work entered human history as following the fall of Adam and Eve, then we would consider work as an expression of sinfulness or human whatever. But work was created and entrusted to man before the fall. That just means that work is not a servitude or something that is the product of a curse of the human person, but something that belongs to, if you want, the human person and his nature and destiny properly. So that's what it was, because work was not simply working, but was a way of in getting the earth to produce its nourishing whatever products to sustain the life of the human person. It's actually an anticipation of participation in God's own creative rule and power. And then the second verb that is used is to keep, to till and to keep. The keep is what we have translated as the care for creation. This again, if it's care for creation, then it's actually to help maintain its original character of a garden, not only for now, but also for the future. So the maintenance of this is very important. And when later on the story of Cain and Abel will come up, because we are talking about Pope Francis and his hymn of creation, referring to elements of creation as brother and sister and all of that, it's also good to recall that when Cain killed his brother, and God asked him, the word that Cain uses, am I my brother's shomer? Am I my brother's keeper? What God has asked man to do for the garden, now Cain says, I'm not that for my brother. So Cain denounces, the caretaking role that would also be there. So, I don't know if we'll get into all of that now. If for example, one of the gender ladies came here and talked about the womb, right? That the womb is in the woman, right? It's not in the man. So, but the one thing that the womb serves another function. If the origin of humanity, so the trace led you to Africa and sort of whatever, but the human being were created from the same womb as brothers. Cain and Abel came from the same womb, and when Abel disappeared, Seth came out from the same womb. So the way of referring to human being was in terms of brotherhood, if you want sisterhood, if they're girls. So exiting from the same womb, they're brothers and sisters. So the word that is used, the Greek said is better for us, because the Greek refers to brothers as adelphos, from the same womb. So there cannot be elements from the same womb which differ in dignity, which differ in honor, and which differ in status. It's impossible that two human beings exit from the same womb and one has more dignity than the other. This is way before the UN declared the universal rights, saying everybody has rights and respect or whatever. Way from the beginning, the creation of humanity from the same womb was to make this point of equality in dignity and status and all. Coming from the same womb as adelphos, from the same womb, therefore brothers and sisters, they share the same dignity, they share the same honor, and they belong together in this regard. And being from the same womb and having the same regard, the only ethic that keeps them together is care. Caring for one another, taking care of one another, that is the ethic of fraternity or the ethic of brotherhood. Brotherhood remains brotherhood to the extent that it is controlled by the ethic of care, caregiving, caretaking, and exercising care over all of that. So this is again, so we cut it short here too. So that's about the conversation with the Greeks and the care or the caretaking is the term. And in the face of how lacking this care is, or how deficient we are in our care for creation and everything, and so they're meeting out the different abuses that we have to creation, the sentiment that follows is that of conversion. The C of conversion then becomes, as it were, the fifth C that we can address. The C of conversion. Conversion from sinfulness of the patriarch, but also conversion from our abusive treatment of creation and everything that we've done to it. Here in your panel discussions, you've drawn attention to several of the forms of abuses that we mete out to creation. Either destroying waterways, or the forest, the forest cover of whatever. I come from Ghana. There's somebody from Ghana sitting there who did his thesis on something in Ghana we call galamsey. You heard of that? Galamsey is artisanal mining, right? When anybody picks up a shovel and a pickaxe and he goes looking for gold. Okay, and when they are rich, then they go with an excavator. And so what you have in Ghana is a series of potholes even under people's houses because people are looking for gold. And when you look for gold, okay, without a tailing dam, you know what tailing dam is? That's where miners create a pool of water to wash, okay, their gold in it. When you don't have a tailing dam, what do you use? Streams and rivers. And so washing whatever they find in streams and rivers, most of the rivers in Ghana are dead, reduced to puddles of mud or whatever type of thing. So when he let him share his story with you, so this is the challenge of gold in Ghana now. Okay, it's killing water bodies and all of that, and rivers from where we used to get shrimps and prawns and whatever type of thing. It's all mercury, cyanide, and whatever type of thing. So the new director of the Environmental Protection Agency in Ghana happens to be a distant relation, is now looking for a solution to cure water bodies to make it drinkable and drinkable again. So this is the challenge of some of these minerals. So it's not only in the Bukavu region where it's all conflict, but in some places it's actually a life-sustaining challenge and life-sustaining problem. So that is the thing about ecological conversion. They need to change lifestyle, to change ways of thinking, to change habits, to pass from short-term gain to long-term visions of everything. Those who are excavating for gold, Galamsey, whatever, just something gold they can mine. They do not think about when you have the gold, you need to buy food. The first president in Ghana we had recognized it and said, if you want gold, go down, do shaft mining to get your gold, and leave the surface for us to grow food on and to feed ourselves. That was his policy. That policy is not being maintained or kept now, and so now we mine everywhere, and therefore food prices are out there, water bodies, everybody is reduced to drinking water from sachets without knowing where the water was collected from and all. So it's a big thing. And our church hospitals, what do they tell us about? They tell us increased deformities and children who swim in streams, going to clinics with ruptured scrotum. All of these are happening from introducing dangerous, hard, as it were, chemicals to children who otherwise would not. So that's the challenge. So the awareness of our need to care for the earth entails a conversion, calls us to conversion, change of lifestyle, change of the way we treat, and then become a little bit more brotherly towards creation, or a little bit more sisterly towards creation, as Pope Francis would have us sing and do. And so to encourage us to do this, to this change in lifestyle and all of that, there is a sixth C, which is what Pope Francis devoted a lot of attention to, inviting us to educate each other for ecological citizenship. Francis wants all of us to recognize that we all are ecological citizens. And in the sense of ecological citizenship, to learn to feel with the earth. So hearing the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor requires this sense of ecological citizenship. The sensitivity of heart to be able to hear the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. So ecological citizenship and educating for it is a big thing. For that matter, I think so we commend this institute for its education policies, for the graduates that it produces, and the sense of awareness of being ecological citizens, which is being cultivated over here. This is something probably that has to go from here to other dioceses and to probably all of Africa, and may well become a project of SECAM. SECAM is a meeting of all the bishops of Africa and Madagascar, and they're about to meet at the beginning of next month in Kigali, and that may well be a place to have them also learn about this. We all need to be ecological citizens and develop an awareness of being such ecological citizens to be able to want to create and nourish the thing that we live in. So, after ecological citizenship, the encyclical, as we're told, began with invitation to consider the earth as a son, brother, and whatever type of thing. Towards the end of the encyclical, the Holy Father takes us back to St. Francis and takes us back to the spirituality of St. Francis and takes us back to how we recognize the spiritual relationship that we have with creation. So the last and the seventh C may well be contemplation. Francis invites us to contemplate God in creation. The Bible and the book of Psalms already lead us to that. The universe declared the glory of God, and the heavens proclaim his name. Okay, so day calls out to day or not. So contemplation of God in creation is a very crucial thing that Pope Francis invites us to, citing St. Francis of Assisi, who not only sang about creation, but developed this affection and this tenderness also towards creation. So contemplation is seeing God in creation and recognizing in creation our brother, sister, whatever type of thing. That's where the Holy Father will tell us that we're not only drawn from the earth of the earth, but the product of the earth is what sustains and feeds our lives. Everything that we eat, everything that we consume, the all things produced from the earth. So that's so intimate is our own relationship with creation and everything that there is. And for most of us gathered here, how do you celebrate your Eucharist? With what elements? Bread and wine. Fruit of the earth. Work of human hands. That's why we celebrate our biggest form of worship. It's again in recognition of what God has bestowed on us. And so, naturally, we give thanks to God in the Eucharist for the fruit of the earth and the work of human hands. So this, briefly, is a quick thing I wanted to do. I wanted to run through with you. If in the ensuing conversation there's some more to say, we'll look at it. So thank you for, you're only about 45 minutes later.
Your Eminence, I will.
I can also take off my glasses.
You are probably wondering why I'm leading His Excellence back to his seat and why not keeping him on the podium for Q&A. I have a couple reasons. Reason one. So His Excellence can very clearly be given the term Rabboni or Gamanier. When biblical scholars sit at the foot of the teacher, they sit and consume knowledge. And after they are satisfied with that knowledge, they go pray about it and digest it. Then they come back to interact with the Gamanier. That's what we will do, reason one. Number two, that was quite something that we need to go back and think about and contemplate on and probably talk about in small groups that will probably later come up and maybe even give papers or write papers from this keynote because it was that important. But also number three, people are hungry and tired. And the conversation we would have would not be as fruitful. So allow me to break here for now and to usher us to a lunch session. At the right time, we'll have His Eminence return for just Q&A and an interaction with his keynote, if that's all right with you. As we break for lunch, I would love to make the following announcements. Number one, all of you where you are seated, most of you, have received some blue marked papers. Do you see them? Others have received green marked papers. How many of you have number one? Number one. Number one. How many have number two? Number two. Perfecto. Those who have number one, at 2:20, you will have a tour of the BLI Lazarus Forest. And those who are going to lead these, I asked them to come in front to kindly be known. I think it's Kavmad Derek and probably Mike Sagarunyo. Kindly come forward, those who are going to lead, such that folks know you. All those who are number one, those who are going to lead, kindly come forward.
Father Cornelius Sempala and Father Anthony Zachareza reflected on how best to express their gratitude to God for his blessings. They decided that planting a forest would be the perfect tribute, aligning with Pope Francis's second encyclical, Laudato Si. In the Laudato Si, Pope Francis laments environmental degradation and global warming, and calls on all people in the world to take swift and unified global action. At Nandele village within Nyimbwa sub-county.
Number two, Mike Segarunyo is your person. Are you with anyone else? So there will be two others, Simon and I wish they were here to be seen. Number twos, at 2:20, you are going with Mike into the Mary's School demonstration. So Simon is here, he's on his way. There is a third. So Frank is already in the farm. So these two, number twos, these are your friends at 2:20. 2:20. Number ones, 2:20, Matthias, Calvin, Derek. Number twos at 2:20, Mike, Simon. Reputation is the mother of understanding. These are our friends at 2:20. Now, tomorrow, we are switching places. Number twos tomorrow, these will be your friends. Number ones tomorrow, these will be your friends. That's confusing. Let me stick to today. Today, number ones, number twos, I hope that's clear. And that is at 2:20. I kindly ask and beg that we get back, leaders, bring back your teams to the tent at 3:30 prompt. 3:30 prompt. So run the programs, 3:30, we are back in the tent. Thank you very much. I will ask the co-founder, Father Dr. Cornelius Sempala, to lead us in the grace before meals, and we head out for lunch.
Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Bless us, O Lord, and these are gifts which are about to receive from your goodness through Christ our Lord. Amen. Enjoy your meal.
So thank you, bon appetit. Like we did yesterday, we are going to lead the bishops to the line. And after them, kindly feel free to come join the line, pick your food, go to the tent, and continue these discussions. Thank you. Those who don't have a number, kindly come see me and we'll figure that out. If you don't have a number, either 1 or 2, come see me, then we figure that out. I think so. Yeah. So those who don't have a number, we are right in front here. And then they will come. Those who don't have a number, kindly come all in a group so that we figure that out. Sit right next to me. So I'm going to have a conversation with our youngest delegates. We're going to have a round of introduction from each of them. They will tell us their name. They will tell us where they are from. They will tell us which grade they are. And to make it simple for us, they will also tell us their age. So this is still safe. Below 15 is safe to ask one's age. After that, don't ask any lady's age. My sister told me after her 16th birthday, she always celebrates 16 years. All right, let's start from the very end. Hello. Speak through that.
Hi, my name is Langdon, and I'm...
Wonderful. So you are all from the US. I have a question, one question for all of you. You seem to be putting on a t-shirt. What does that t-shirt say?
Notre Dame.
Speak through the microphone.
Notre Dame.
Notre Dame. What about Notre Dame?
Football.
Speak through the microphone directly.
Football.
Football. This type of football, not the actual football. So what's the difference? Oh, so pass this around. Pass this around. What's the difference between this football and the other football?
So this football, it's like a kind of an oval shape. It's smaller, and it has like these tie things. And an actual football is like round and it has like patches on it.
My goodness, do you know Coach Freeman, Marcus Freeman? Yeah. Good. I want, when we go back, we'll arrange it with Father Dan Grudy to talk about, use those words, the actual football.
Actual football.
The actual football.
Actual.
It's round. And this one here is kind of not really.
Terrible.
Terrible! Man, I may lose my season tickets to the football games. Well, thank you. Declan, how do you play this football? And how do you play the other football? What's the bit of difference in play?
Okay, so there are 11 players for this football on each side of the field. And the ball is passed back to somebody called the quarterback, who will then either hand it to somebody to run with it, or they will pass the ball to somebody who's already running. And if you go 100 yards down the field, you score 7 points.
7 points. Wow. Then the team that wins, how is that determined?
Whoever has the most points at the end of an hour.
Wonderful.
Of play.
Great. Lyndon, you're also putting on something called Notre Dame football. Is it true that Notre Dame is only known for football?
No.
What else is Notre Dame known for?
Probably like their academics, I think.
Academics! Academics! Wow! Good. What else?
Chemistry all day.
Chemistry all day! Wow! Anything else?
Outstanding faculty and staff.
Outstanding faculty and staff. Yes?
Theology.
Theology. What else is Notre Dame known for? Boy, let's go down the track here. What else is Notre Dame known for?
Global affairs.
Global affairs. My goodness. What else is Notre Dame known for? Anything else?
Like all the other sports too, like.
Good. Like soccer, hockey.
Yeah. All the
Definitely not soccer. Hey, we played against Clemson the other season in the finals of national championship. I watched that. I was at Brothers. Kind of, yeah? All right. Hey, all right. Everyone, another round of applause to our youngest delegates. So over lunch, I had a conversation with them, and one of them told me, boy, this is kind of boring. And I reminded him, welcome to what adults do most of the time, and they also hate. It's called meetings. Meetings, adults, yeah, like. But guess what? Those things sometimes pay for your education. And pay for a lot of stuff. Like when you're part of meetings, man. Like they pay for?
Actual football.
Exactly. Meetings pay for actual football. All right. One last question. Why are you here? Why are we even here? Why are you seated here? What is this thing about? this thing. All right. This time I'll begin here and I'll go one. Give us one word. What is this thing about?
About BLI?
About BLI. Wonderful. What is BLI?
Bethany Land Institute.
Bethany Land Institute. What else is this thing about?
Wait, what's the word again?
That one. Which word?
Words.
Laudato Si?
Laudato Si.
Laudato Si. Wonderful. Declan, who's this Pope who wrote Laudato Si? Do you remember him? I'm going to give you three options. Pope Benedict, Pope Francis, Pope Leo the 14th.
Pope Francis.
My goodness, Pope Francis. Now, Lyndon, like this is out of the park question. You know a guy called Pope Leo the 14th? You've heard of him? Good. Pope Leo the 14th, before he became Leo the 14th, he was and still is Robert Francis Provost. Where is he born? Where does he come from? I'm going to give you three options. He comes from South Bend, Indiana. Anyone from South Bend, Indiana? Woo! So that's option one. Option two, he comes from Chicago, Illinois. Option three, he comes from Hawaii.
Chicago, Illinois.
Wow, that's it. All right, everyone, a round of applause to our youngest delegates. Thanks, guys. We'll have them again tomorrow for another round of questions. And tomorrow we'll be discussing real stuff. And today was also real stuff, you know. This was also real stuff. Father Dan, in your absence, one of the young delegates said, used the words real football to mean soccer. And the football for which we are really known for, he called it fake. But he had the Notre Dame football. And I'm like, I'm glad I'm not on record saying that because I would miss my tickets to the games. Friends, welcome back. I hope that was a refreshing activity. In Africa, we didn't have these things. These are very modern, and in many places they are not there. Many villages like this one. When we needed to communicate and send a message, we used nature. Sometimes, for example, those who come from hilly places in Kabale, you would stand on one hill and yell and shout at the other. That's why they are loud. In other places, when you want someone to come back home or the cows to come home, you kind of talk to the ones in charge of rain. You send rain to them and rain brings them back rushing. So we are almost getting too close to tower start time, and we asked and prayed to God Almighty to send a little rain to bring you back. Not too much to wet you all, but just enough to bring you back. So thank you, God Almighty, for heeding our call. Thank you very, very much. Does everyone have access to Wi-Fi? Does anyone need to remind about Wi-Fi? Okay, good. I would love to invite the third panelists to make their way to the stage. As the third panelists make their way to the stage, allow me to say the following things. One, when we began the day with these two quotes from Laudato Si 48 and 49. By the time I'm done with this, I will expect all the panelists on this third session to be on the stage. So make it snappy. We read from Laudato Si 48 and 49 the following words. The human environment and the natural environment deteriorate together. We cannot adequately combat environmental degradation unless we attend to causes related to human and social degradation. In fact, the deterioration of the environment and of society affects the most vulnerable on the planet. Today, however, we have to realize that a true ecological approach always becomes a social approach. It must integrate questions of justice in debates on the environment so as to hear both the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor. And I went ahead to propose 3 questions. 1, is the earth truly crying? 2, are the poor truly crying? 3, why does it matter? Conversation 2 proposed another question. Conversation 2 proposed another question. Are the women truly crying? And someone in the audience was seated around there said, are the men also crying? And I think they are. And probably by the end of today, we will know why it truly, truly matters. For this third conversation about climate change, energy, and health, we will have Eliane Lakram moderating it, and she's the campaign manager, Frontlines People's Jubilee for Global Climate Reparations, from one of our organizing and sponsoring organizations, Taproot Earth USA. Ms. Lakram, kindly take us away. Maybe before you start, let me make sure all the delegates have these working. Kindly turn them on and speak through them to make sure. So turn them on, let them show, and let's make sure.
Test. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Test, 1, 2.
And when it's your turn to speak, just leave them on. When it's your turn to speak, you can carry it and put it on your laps, such that you speak directly through it. Thank you. Take us away, please. Nope.
Hello. All right. I see that some people were a little sleepy early. I hope that the little trip that we had visiting some sites brought back the energy that we need to have this very important conversation. And so again, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our conversation on the deeply interconnected issue of climate change, energy, and health. We sometimes talk about those issues separately, but they're actually very interconnected. As Pope Francis reminded us, everything is connected. So before we get started, I'm going to introduce myself briefly. I'm Eliane. I'm from Taproot Earth. We are a climate justice organization. We are not a Catholic organization, but we're entering the conversation. Early on, Cardinal Turkson mentioned the C, the third C, for Laudato Si, really calling on other people that are not Catholic to be part of this conversation. So at Taproot Earth, we work with frontline community in the Global South as well as the Gulf South in the US. Those communities face similar challenges, and we're learning from each other. So it's such a pleasure to be here and to be part of this conversation. And so I was saying early on, our conversation right now, although we see 3 different issues, they're not so separate. And so we're going to discuss them today through the lens of integral ecology, which Pope Francis called a new way of thinking about human being, about life, about society, and about our relationship with nature. So let's take a step back. 10 years ago, Pope Francis promulgated Laudato Si, a groundbreaking encyclical that challenged all of us to really live our faith, all of us Catholic, but also to embrace what he called this ecological conversion. 10 years later, we are still seeing the impact of climate change impacting mostly communities in the Global South, community in the Gulf South in the US. We're seeing communities that are being impacted disproportionately continuing to struggle. We're seeing access to energy being under threat, but also becoming a threat. And so that is what is shaping this moment, but we're also seeing communities struggling and all those issues bringing a mental health toll on communities. But that's not all what we see. We also see community organizing, bringing solutions, advancing solutions at their level. And Bethany Land Institute is an example of community organizing at their level to really advance this idea of integral ecology. And so joining us today to have this conversation are a tremendous and a really amazing panelists and lineup of experts. But because we're not here to lecture, we want this to be very interactive. So here's the structure. On each table, there are sticky notes. So you're gonna grab 1 or 2 sticky notes. When we're sharing here, we invite you to write down things that you can resonate with, because we're also here to learn from each other. And then at some point, you will be prompted to write down some of the solutions you have seen in your own community. And so here's how we're going to proceed. First, our panelists are going to share to ground us in the conversation. They're going to talk about what's happening in their community. And then we're going to do a deep dive, and we're going to open up the floor for question and answer. So I want us to get started. When we think about climate change, we think about energy, and sometimes when we talk about mental health, we talk about them from an academic perspective, right? So I want us to kind of take a step back here, think about what is happening in our community. What is the problem? And for theologians here, I'm sure you notice this is a Catholic social teaching kind of framework, right? What's the problem? What can we do about it? And we need to step up. And so Sister Natalie speaks French, so I will be doing a little bit of translation here. Dans nos communautés, souvent quand on parle du changement climatique, on parle dans les domaines académiques, mais prenons un peu en arrière pour réfléchir de qu'est-ce qui se passe vraiment. Qu'est-ce qui se passe en Démocratique République du Congo? And we're going to start with you, Sister Natalie.
Merci beaucoup pour la parole. Je m'excuse de pouvoir m'exprimer en français parce que je ne suis pas vraiment à l'aise avec mon anglais. Je viens de la République démocratique du Congo et je travaille avec les communautés qui sont impactées par l'exploitation minière. Et donc, je travaille avec mon organisation, évidemment, dans la partie sud-est de la République démocratique du Congo, où il y a une ville dont on parle aujourd'hui dans le monde entier. Il s'agit de la ville de Kolwezi. Et la ville de Kolwezi est considérée aujourd'hui comme la capitale mondiale du cobalt. Et donc, le cobalt qui fait partie aujourd'hui des minerais dits stratégiques. Et ces minerais sont dits stratégiques en fonction du rôle qu'ils sont en train de jouer aujourd'hui dans l'économie mondiale, mais aussi par rapport aux enjeux technologiques. Et voilà, ça fait que dans cette partie de la République démocratique du Congo, on assiste aujourd'hui à une grande exploitation de ce minerai rare qui est recherché. Ces minerais qui rentrent aussi dans la transition énergétique pour pouvoir consommer ou rouler sans polluer. Et donc, voilà les contextes dans lesquels nous travaillons. Et donc, nous assistons à cette exploitation où nous avons une bonne partie de l'exploitation minière est faite par les entreprises minières industrielles et une autre partie vient de l'artisanat minier. Donc, sur le pourcentage de cobalt qui est exploité, nous avons 80% qui vient de l'industrie minière et nous avons 20% qui vient de l'artisanat minier avec tous les impacts que cela a sur cette exploitation.
Thank you, Sister Natalie. Just to recap, Sister Natalie was shedding light on the issue in the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is her country, and she stated that one of the challenges her country faces, as we think about ecological injustice and ecological violence, is very related to extraction of mine. And that extractions are usually done by corporations for various reasons. And there is two specific mine materials, minerals, that is particularly important in that area, which is cobalt and lithium. And those are some of the minerals that are well sought after, and those corporation comes in the community and extract them and disrupt the relationship that we have with each other, the relationship that we have with the earth. And that extraction also led to other issues, like those issues when we think about energy and transition. So we're going to touch about that a little later. But I would like to turn to you, Stephen. You are very familiar with the context in which Sister Natalie live and operate. And just reminding everyone here that everyone on this panel, one of the beauty about the panelists here is that those are frontline members. They're members of frontline communities, very close to those issues. So we're very grateful to have you here to be able to share that perspective from a frontline perspective. And so you are very familiar with the context in which Sister Natalie live and operate in the DRC, and with your work with Laudato Si movement. What are other issues that you see, given that you don't only work in the DRC, but you have had experience in other parts of the continent?
Thank you so much. I hope I'm audible. Yes, this issue of energy, actually energy access in Africa, we can say that is the big elephant that we have to handle currently. Because when we are talking of climate change, we find that the fossil fuel industry is at the main cause of the pollution and all problems that we have to handle today. And so access to energy is related also to fossil fuel industry. And therefore, apart from fossil fuel industry and the minerals, extractivism, that happens in DRC. It's happened also in many countries of Africa. And here, when we talk of energy access, I want us to think about our villages the way we've been talking about the narrative of village since yesterday. Go back to our village and remember the situation our mothers in some places that are affected in the hospitals, like during the moment of CS when they're delivering, then there is no power. Many women that we have lost, our children in schools where there is no power, who cannot have facilities and a quality education like in other places. When we are talking of social injustice in the climate and inequality, it is there, you can see it in our villages. So we are talking of 600 million of Africans today who don't have access to energy. And yet our countries are talking of sustainable development. Soon in 2030, our countries will be evaluating where we are on sustainable development goals. But we cannot develop if we don't have access to energy, because energy is key. From morning, you can imagine how much energy you have used so that we feel healthy and we get facilities, everything that is happening now. So this is key. And when this is happening, we see also in our communities the extractivism being a problem where multinational companies, the way Sister has mentioned it, they come, they extract from our natural resources, and then other implications comes in. This is like a human rights violation, where our local people are evicted from their lands, where pollution of water is happening, pollution of land is happening, and we are aware that where these minerals and the oil extraction, the gas, and the coal mining, where it's happening, we have no water, we lose water if it was there, and there is no food production that can happen, and this becomes problematic. Therefore, this becomes a serious problem because multinationals comes with the power in our communities, then they use our legislatives, they influence our policies, they use our militaries and the police and the security to oppress people at local community. So we have a problem actually of communities that cannot raise even their voice to resist or to say no, what is not right for them when they are not involved in this. At the same time, we see problem of generations because young people see future in renewable energies, but they are not given that opportunities because we have also bad governance and a leadership that does not believe in this renewable energy that we are talking about, because there is a greenwashing that talks of or development using fossil fuel industry. And you and I, you know that countries like Nigerians, they are here, they will tell us, since many years ago when oil extraction started, which development that we have to sing. In South Africans, if they are here, they can tell us when in Mpumalanga coal mining started, the impact and the testimonies that we have from the ground, you know. And today, we have people who are in courts, we have people who have been arrested, just because of all this happening at the ground. So we have a mess, we have a chaos, issues related to climate crisis, issues related to human rights. So we have these all dimensions. That is why the integral ecology, when we talk about it, it brings all these dimensions. And this connects with the paragraph 48, 49 in Laudato Si, but also you go to 51, where Pope Francis talks about the ecological depth between global south and the global north. So it's a good conversation that you can have here. There are many testimonies that Laudato Si movement has been working on in countries like DRC, in countries like Madagascar, in countries like Senegal, and in many countries, but there are also stories of hope that you can bring on board and see after these 10 years, how can we take it forward? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Stephen. The number you gave, 600 million people don't have access to energy. That is a huge number, and those are not just numbers. Those are people's stories, right? Those are community stories, and predominantly communities of color, predominantly community in the global south. And so as you were talking, you mentioned the way that the extractions of mineral is also impacting water resources. And so that gives us a good way to shift to YERA. We work on water. How does the problem show up in your community when it comes to lack of access to water?
Thank you a lot. In our community, the first fact is we don't have too much water. That's true. When we were at the college, our teacher teach us when we, to 71% of the earth is composed of water, and only 3% of this water is usable for human. On this 3%, only 1% is accessible. And in Africa, we have only 9% on this 1% of water. And we represent 17% of population of the world. Imagine that, how it's difficult for us in Africa to have access to water. And after that, we additional the structural minerals effect on this water. And we forgot to talk about the effect of the climate change on this water. Combine all of the effects and imagine where we are finding our water. We are not Saudi Arabia for our morning to put the salt in the water. This process is mixture. You don't have a lot of money to do this. The only things we have in Africa is to conserve our small part of water we have. After that, there are someone who are coming and use and wash our water. That's the same situation in Senegal. We have one part of in our country, these water are not usable. And the company have been working here, bring a lot of billions of dollars in benefits, and don't have to have some water for the people who are bringing or who are living here. That's so sad to say that our water resources in Africa is in difficult. That's why I decided to study water after 3 years of engagement in climate change.
Thank you so much, Hera. Thank you. And thank you for the work that you do, your wonderful work that you do. Yeah, and we can see a trend here. There is definitely a power dynamic as well. Corporation versus communities. And so that is definitely a huge problem across the board. But we also think about people mental health and people physical and mental health as they navigate through those challenges with our resources. So Dina and you both are doing an amazing work, and you are focusing on mental health. Before we even discuss about what you're doing, what is going on in your community as well? What is the problem when it comes to mental health related to climate change and energy?
Thank you so much for that introduction. By the way of the introduction, I'm Dr. Godfrey Dungu. I'm from California State University, Fresno. Up to this point, we have not had a word, a concept, trauma. Up to this point, I'm sounding that loud, trauma. Our work explores the intersection between mental health, social relationships, environmental degradation, but also spirituality. Father Katongole Emmanuel, he's a counselor, he's a priest, he's a theologian, but sometimes I feel that he's doing my work that I do. So I'm incredibly grateful that we can have this conversation to help us understand what is happening. We are in this place, in this area, and it's called Iluwel. For those who are old enough, you know what Iluwel represents. This is where a lot of people died during those wars. And still, people are living in the shadow. Things we lie about ourselves. This work that is being done here, it evokes us to talk about those things. The people that are here, that are participating. So we need to talk about the disconnection that we see and the stigma. So I'll go deeper into that after my colleague.
I just wanted to add that, when we talk about trauma as clinicians, as clinical mental health counselors, our work is in facilitating processes of healing. We don't do the healing, right? We are designed to heal from the things that hurt us already. And we consider the work that we do a sacred place with people to help facilitate that. But I can't help but see a lot of the overlap, even as we were just touring Lazarus Trees, in the ability of the forest to take care of itself when it is designed the way it's supposed to be, when everything is as it is to be, it will take care of itself. And I believe it was Derek, excuse me, who reminded us that it's wilderness inside of people that creates wilderness outside of themselves, in communities, in regions. And so our addition to this conversation is simply looking at the poor in spirit and adding to the conversation of practical interventions that we use as clinicians that already align to what is being done here. A lot of it's being done already, giving some language to what is already being done, and perhaps making a few suggestions that could help as well.
Thank you. I'm going to shift to you again, Sister Natalie. Your country and your community is at the center of a global debate on how we source mineral, on how we transition. We talk about strategic mineral, we talk about green transitions, and all of those transitions that is being named at the global scale. So what does those transitions look like tangibly? Where are the mineral source? Are those effective solutions? Are those solutions that we should be lifting up as Catholics? And I'm going to translate that in French. Ta communauté et ton pays se trouvent au centre d'un débat sur la manière dont nous trouvons des minéraux de transition écologique, mais aussi des matériels stratégiques. Est-ce que tu peux un peu élaborer sur ce problème avec ce genre de transition? Où est-ce que les minéraux sont retrouvés et cultivés?
Merci beaucoup pour la question. Je pense que en célébrant aujourd'hui le 10e anniversaire de Laudato Si, je me rends compte que depuis plus de 10 ans, nous sommes engagés dans ce qu'on appelle la transition énergétique. Et on a beaucoup parlé de pouvoir diminuer l'émission des gaz à effet de serre. On nous a demandé de basculer vers les énergies renouvelables, dont les véhicules électriques, par exemple, ont été proposés comme une des solutions pour moins polluer. Et donc, vous allez voir aujourd'hui, selon les analyses que nous avons eu à faire avec notre organisation, on s'est rendu compte que les ventes des véhicules électriques augmentent de plus en plus, parce qu'une des solutions qui sont proposées, c'est notamment utiliser les moteurs électriques pour moins polluer. Et nous avons mené des analyses, on s'est rendu compte qu'en 2020, par exemple, on était à 3 millions de véhicules électriques qui ont été vendus. Et en 2025, on est arrivé à 14 millions de véhicules. Et dans les statistiques à venir, on nous dit qu'on pourrait atteindre 26 millions de véhicules. Et donc l'exploitation des minéraux stratégiques augmente aussi de plus en plus parce que, comme vous le savez, dans la fabrication de ce moteur électrique, on a besoin de ces minerais stratégiques, notamment les lithium et les cobalt, dont je vous ai parlé, que ce sont des minerais qu'on trouve dans la zone dont je viens. Et on nous dit que l'exploitation minière de ces deux minerais stratégiques pourrait augmenter jusqu'à 500% d'ici 2030. Et donc, nous sommes en train d'assister, et je le répète souvent quand je parle de ces thématiques, nous sommes en train d'assister à une exploitation sauvage de ces minerais. Quand vous arrivez dans ces zones, on exploite 24 heures sur 24 heures. Et nous sommes dans une économie minière qui ne tient pas compte ni de l'humain, ni de l'environnement. Donc, souvent, l'exploitation minière, elle est accompagnée de violations de droits humains. Nous assistons à une dégradation de l'environnement, nous assistons à des délocalisations forcées, nous assistons à des conditions de travail qui sont vraiment dangereuses pour les populations. Et c'est vraiment dans ces contextes qu'on est en train de pouvoir exploiter ces minerais. Donc d'une part, c'est bien de parler de la transition énergétique, qu'il faut moins polluer, mais il faudrait voir comment on s'approvisionne dans ces minerais stratégiques. Quel est l'impact que l'exploitation de ces minerais a sur les communautés locales qui sont impactées par cette exploitation minière? Et souvent, comme producteur ou comme consommateur, soit on se rend compte, on sait cela, ou soit on fait fi de cela, on ne se rend pas compte clairement des problèmes qui impactent les communautés locales qui sont impactées par l'exploitation minière. Je crois que vous pouvez peut-être traduire et me donner la possibilité de continuer, sinon ça va être beaucoup.
That's good. I'm going to do a translation at this point, and then Sister Natalie can definitely add. Sister Natalie were mentioning that we are living in a world where the solution to climate change is the pollution that's being pushed is through renewable energy. And so when we think about those renewable energy, there is a question about what does that look like, and that is where all eyes turn into country like the DRC. And that for a very particular reason. The country has a lot of mineral, what you refer to as strategic mineral, that are very important to make the instruments, the tools, and to be used for that renewable energy. One of the examples she cites is the example of electric cars. We also see our phones, the new phone that we use, the new technology that we use, require resources that are mined in communities that do not even benefit from those transitions. And people are dying in those communities. So Sister Natalie asks a very important question here. Yes, it's good to transition, but at what price? If transitioning requires shedding blood and require people to die, is that a real transition? If transition doesn't take into account human dignity, the rights of worker, is that a transition? And that is against what Pope Francis advised us in Laudato Si, because we have to care for one another. It's our common home. We are in our common home. And as soon as we don't care for one another, there is a broken relationship, and that's what we're observing now in the DRC. And so that's kind of a sum up of what Sister Natalie just shared with respect to some of the false solutions that are coming forward as far as how do we deal with climate change.
I just want to inform the panel that you all have 25 minutes, including Q&A.
Je vais juste ajouter deux mots. Les lithium et les cobalt sont considérés aujourd'hui comme les pétroles. C'est comme les pétroles d'aujourd'hui. Nous nous sommes dit qu'il faut nous engager dans cette lutte contre les gaz à effet de serre à cause de l'utilisation du pétrole. Mais nous sommes en train de basculer vers une autre énergie, donc les lithium et les cobalt, qui pourront nous aider à moins polluer, mais qui engendrent aussi d'autres problèmes pour les communautés locales. L'année dernière, en 2024, le cobalt mondial qui a été produit, c'est 70%. Et les 70% de ces cobalt qui a été exploité vient de la République démocratique du Congo. Je tiens aussi à souligner que 50% de la réserve mondiale du cobalt vient de la République démocratique du Congo. Alors imaginez un peu le nombre des investisseurs que nous avons dans cette partie du pays, tous à la recherche de ces minerais stratégiques et l'impact que cela pourrait avoir sur les communautés locales d'ici 50 ans. Merci.
Thank you. Sister Natalie wanted to add that I think in rethinking solutions in moving away from cobalt and lithium extraction, there are solutions that have been proposed, but those solutions will continue to cause harm to people. And she also reminded us that 50% of the global reserve of cobalt come from the DRC. And because of that, companies are coming in the DRC fighting for those resources and leaving the community harm. So I think we're going to shift gear here a little bit to hear more briefly about the work that you are doing to address some of those solutions in your community. We're going to start with you, Yero.
With the community, I had the chance to work with many organizations where I am taking central roles. Two of them is working in this subject. The first one is FFF Senegal, Friday for Future Senegal. We are working in advocacy. And the second one is Act on Sahel. We are working in action. The first one for us is crucial. It's more important for us to convince and to bring the politician to take some ecological decisions, particularly in water and climate change, and help people to get justice. That's why for us it's more important. One of our wins was in Niger. In Niger, they are one of the most means of uraniums where we are using in the central to make electricity. And during our water analysis, we find some trace of uranium 238 is a uranium tips in the water. When all of us are watching movies, we find how they are protect the uranium space. When the uranium are in space, they are making a lot of security. Imagine this same uranium in water, and some people are drinking it. And the companies are making a lot of billions, and then people don't have access to electricity. One, the water we are drinking is contaminated by uranium. Secondly, we don't have access to electricity, or particularly, I can mention one country, all of the uranium are going in France. And all of the electricity of France are particularly coming for this uranium. Imagine the injustice. And our fight is to talk with the Niger country. That's true. Actually, there are a lot of trouble. They have a military government. But we are talking with him that they are making money in the, and people are dying. And we have some wins. They are displacing the people. That's not what we want, but that's the way to save them firstly. The second way with Act on Sahel is to do action. You know, in Africa we have our reality. If all the time we are talking climate change is affected us, people are saying, oh, these boys are talking a lot. What are you doing? That's why with Act on Sahel, we are making many actions. One of them is to help some people to have access to water. We have the chance. We have the technologies. I'm studying in water process. I have a lot of our people, a lot of our members, we are studying in agricultural, agroforestry. We are bringing our knowledge to start to help people to find water, firstly, and help them to grow, to have some farms with ecological systems. That there are many organizations, but I can talk only for the two organizations where I work with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Yoro. It's always good to see how community are fighting back, protecting themselves, thinking about innovative solutions. And so I'm going to ask the same question to you, Stephen. You work with Laudato Si movement. What solutions has Laudato Si movement implemented, and what do you see coming directly from the community that could be that could give hope here?
Thank you so much. The first thing just to inform you that this topic of energy access is kind of sensitive because it has to bring on board, as I said earlier, that aspect of fossil fuel and extractivism. And therefore, in some places, is politicized. Then we are seeing as one of solutions, which is the basic, is the awareness going on, where we are seeing young generation doing a lot of mobilization, climate march, raising voice, informing, demanding to stop fossil fuel projects in Africa and requesting for clean energy projects. And this has also brought another issue, which is the civic space today that is shrinking in this, especially in this region of East Africa. I think you are aware now the right to demonstrate is really shrinking in many countries. And this is related because when you touch these discussions, like you are putting your hand in the mouth of a hyena, it's danger. It's like it's a hot cake. But it is one of a solution. Awareness is needed. This conversation is needed. That is why we appreciate the organizers of this conference to give us this platform to talk about it. Because it's high time that we talk about it, that communities understand that is having access to energy is key, is basic, and it's a right. Therefore, it is important that we push the agenda, that it enters even in the public participation, that is be in the policies. Something also as a solution going on is that there are opportunities at a small scale that some of our animators and the partners, even here in Uganda in some communities, they have started distributing and empowering, forming community to start using clean energy, solar, through a campaign called Repower Africa. And we have also in Kenya, congregations like Franciscans who have started in amidst communities that were affected by climate change, centers, that Laudato Si centers that are powered by solar. We have also awareness and the networking that we are building in Africa in various countries. DRC, we've been working together with the sister and the Conference of Bishops. In Senegal, the same. Madagascar, the same. And the Laudato Si movement have a particular campaign that is called divestment, where we invite all Catholic institutions to divest their resources from institutions or financial institutions that are supporting fossil fuel industries to use them in the right places. Imagine the much money that the Catholic Church, for example, is using in schools, in hospitals, and the other institutions, universities. If that money can be diverted, being used in a clean energy, use of solar, and make sure even the banking that we do, the investments, do an ethical investment. We make sure we know those banks that are supporting fossil fuel industry, remove that money, create a rights bank like Caritas, we know that can do an ethical investment for people so that these financial institutions can feel the pinch, and therefore we can force people to act. We have that power. That is what Laudato Si movement we believe in. And also we believe in promoting energy sovereignty at local level that is driven, owned by people. Because we have a system of energy that comes from colonial legacy, and we don't want to continue in that direction because it is inviting and it is developing also neocolonialism in our communities. So those are some of action and the solutions that we have that are going on, and we are continuing collaborating with others to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. I know you already went through the solutions and some of the recommendations. So we're going to hear from Geoffrey and Dina about what you have been doing and what are some of the solutions that communities are advancing, knowing that mental health is already very underfunded in the community that you serve.
Thank you.
And we're going to, for the interest of time, we're going to cut it short. So
thank you so much. Do we have any time left? Yes? How many minutes do we have?
17 minutes.
Thank you.
With Q&A.
In the interest of time, I want to just take maybe two things. This afternoon, between two groups, we took a walk I was part of the Mary's Garden. The work that I do is answering the question of what happened to you. What happened to you? Not what's wrong with you. That is a trauma-informed language that I come from. BLI is answering that question very well. You're helping people to find resource, to resource themselves. That is the way people can heal. Integral ecology. And then that goes back to the C, the 7 C that we're talking about, contemplation. About what Pope Francis, in his book, page 71 to 75, he says, land is a sacred gift that should not be used as a commodity. Here we find those lessons. And so my work is embedded into that trauma-informed care to help people resource themselves. I recently completed a research on HIV/AIDS here in Uganda. There's a lot of trauma, but people framing what happened to them to find meaning and therefore also find belonging. That's what people are yearning for. All this noise you hear, people longing for meaning, purpose, and direction. And those three things are here.
When we're treating trauma and looking at trauma healing and treatment, there are things that we know from more recent research. It's really just been in the last 25 years that we understand as much as we do now about the brain and the nervous system and healing. And part of what we are attempting to do in our part of the conversation is make some connections both for human ecology and these integral ecological approaches, also for clinicians to understand our place and potentially our role to contribute to these conversations as well, and to the healing as we are working in agencies, organizations, or with clients. But there are a few things that we suggest and are starting this conversation between these two segments. And part of that is around giving some language to what's already happening. Like I said earlier, many of the newer treatments for trauma therapy are what we call brain-body treatments. People are, especially in these, a lot of these were developed in the United States, where people are very disconnected from the physical world. They don't live in the physical world. They don't spend a lot of time in the physical world, and it breaks people. It breaks our spirits. And so much of the brain-body work that we do, even in therapeutic offices, is to get the brain working as it does naturally when you're in nature, when you're farming, when you are cutting up your own food and preparing your own meals, things that a lot of modernity and modern culture has moved away from. And when we can look at programs like BLI that are utilizing these natural processes, and we can see the results that are happening in proactive mental health just as a result of being connected to the earth, to nutrition, to health, to wellness, to the cry of the earth, the cry of the poor. Another element that we bring in is this power of storytelling, that in healing, much of our ability to heal is through our ability to process what has happened to us and the meaning that we make. We know that the amount of ongoing issues or pain that someone has as the result of trauma has less connection to how severe the trauma was and more connection to how they are able to process story and make meaning out of it after what has happened to them. And so part of our role and our desire is to bring more conversation about what it looks like to help people tell their stories, not to borrow stories that have been handed to them by historical groups and colonization and other parts of the world, but to be able to tell our own stories, our own experiences, in our own words, and be able to own those stories and determine what happens as a result of this.
Thank you. Such a wonderful reminder of our connection to Mother Earth. If you take care of Mother Earth is going to take care of ourselves. So we're going to close with the Q&A is going to come. So please jot down your suggestions, things that you've seen happening in your community. Before the Q&A, we're going to give 1 minute to each panelist to go over and make their final remark with one suggestion, one cause of action that will make a huge difference in their community right now. Just 1 minute, very brief. On va commencer avec toi, la sœur. Quelle est une action qui pourra faire la différence dans votre communauté et qui doit prendre cette action-là au sérieux? 1 minute seulement, rapidement.
Une des actions les plus importantes, c'est par rapport aux impacts environnementaux qui touchent l'eau, les sols et la santé publique. Je me dis, quand l'eau est polluée, les sols est pollué, la santé publique est atteinte, qu'est-ce qui va nous rester? Qu'est-ce qui va rester pour les générations futures? Donc, comme action, ce que nous devons faire, c'est d'être vigilants par rapport à l'exploitation minière qui se fait dans nos communautés, c'est d'être à mesure de mener de recherches pour voir quel est l'impact et la répercussion de l'exploitation minière sur la vie de la communauté et encore plus sur la vie de générations futures. Donc nous sommes en train de réfléchir comment mettre en place des laboratoires qui pourraient jouer un rôle d'alerte dans nos communautés. Parce que le plus souvent, avec les activités minières, tout ce qui est comme impact sont invisibles. On ne le voit pas tout de suite. Mais dans les années, cela pourrait avoir des répercussions. Et donc, nous devons veiller à cela et il faut cela de jour au jour à mener de recherche, avoir des laboratoires pour analyser la situation de l'impact de l'exploitation minière dans nos communautés. Parce que nous n'allons pas abandonner. Ce sont des opportunités, mais nous devons tout simplement arriver à un approvisionnement responsable pour ces minerais. Merci.
Thank you. Sister Natalie's solution is that we have to be vigilant. And we also have to do a lot of research to analyze the impact of the mineral exploitations of community and mineral extractions of community. And they are in the process of building a lab that will help with that research, but also help alert communities. So we'll pass to you, Yero, 1 minute.
For me, when you are talking about a better world, I believe on one thing, is to put human in the middle, if I can say, the center of our priority. Forget the economical way. Ask ourselves the way we are going or what we are doing, if it's benefit for human. Seriously, I think that Bethany Institute finds a way, and you have the obligation to put this project all of land in Africa. I had the chance to work with many projects, to build and to write many projects, and in the end, the project did not have a good solution because it have a good way, because we don't put the communities in the center of the process. And if you are looking here, the solution are coming for is locally solution. That is important. Local solution, put the community in the center. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephen?
Yes. Thank you. As I conclude to this, I want us to remember again that what Pope Francis said, that the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor go together. It is a reality, and to go in the similarities, like the energy crisis and climate crisis, they go together. It's a reality that we have to handle. Therefore, one key solution for us is a continuous discussion. As I requested, I've told you, the platforms are lacking its difficulties. sometimes we think that it's a problem of generations because we find young people are the ones having this dialogue, are on the street, are claiming, and then you find another generation interested in other items of climate, not this one. And this one, dialogue, it's important that it's done in different sectors. We need to see in universities, people starting faculties to talk about this because it has opportunities for development. And we need this dialogue to be also in the church. We need our priests to preach about it. We need our congregation, the people do pastoral work to realize that the poverty that they are encountering in communities is related to this. Laudato Si gives us opportunity of questioning everything. Are we comfortable about the life we live? Are we happy to see that our villagers in our village, multinationals are coming, extracting gas, oil, coal, minerals, taking away benefit, and they leave these communities poor? We never get even that power or energy, and yet it's gone. It is from their land. Are we okay with all that? So it's about, there is this film that's called Laudato Si film, The Letter. If you haven't watched it, watch it. You will see where Pope Francis talks about economic arrogance. Yes, we are looking for money. We need to develop what we call development, but in an ethical way. But at the end of the day, people need to realize that we cannot, at a certain point, we cannot eat money, we cannot drink oil or gas.
Thank you. 1 minute, and I know we're running out of time, please.
Hello? 3 questions. For those of you who are here in attendance, ask yourself, this conversation, what meaning is driven from this conversation? Number 2, what's the purpose of this conversation? And number 3, what direction do I take now?
Thank you. That was a very good segue into our brief Q&A session. What direction do we take now?
We'll take 3 questions. Wow. Make it snappy.
Okay, thank you. My name is Quinsta. I'm from Ghana, and I'm passionate about clean cooking. I don't know if we all know what clean cooking is, but in your statement, I didn't hear anything related to that. In Ghana, about 7 years ago, our death toll when it comes to indoor air pollution was about 17,000 people. But over the last 7 years, we've pushed for government to include clean cooking initiatives, and now it's at 2,900. But they are looking forward to reducing to the barest minimum by 2030 when they are updating their NDC 3.0. So I want to ask from the gentleman from Kenya, what you are doing in relation to clean cooking. Thank you.
Thank you. Father Iyo.
Thank you, Emmanuel Ejefo. My question is for Sister Nathalie, so Eleni, help me translate. I'm wondering if what's the role of the church in the Congo in all of this question of energy transition, because I know a number of bishops' conferences that have written pastoral letters on the question of energy and mineral extraction, because I get the sense that at the bishops, I know that they're doing a lot of work with setbacks, and Sister is also doing a lot of work with her organization. So are the bishops overwhelmed because the atrocities going on in the Congo are just so enormous that sometimes apathy, indifference, and hopelessness can seem like the solution?
I'm going to come this side as well.
Ray Alfenheiser from Notre Dame. I wanted to make just a couple of observations that the panel could respond to. One on the water question. I guess I wonder, we haven't been using the word rights at all, I think, in these conversations. And my sense is that in some of the literature, even pre-Laudato Si, the church has actually expressed the idea that water should be a right because it's so essential to, our ability to be even alive as a species. And I'm wondering to what degree a rights discourse, might be somewhat helpful to kind of advancing kind of the politics of what we're trying to do. And I might just add, in rights discussion, there's even a discussion going on about whether rivers should have rights or forests should have rights. This is sort of a new with corporations, and I've been able to use the money from the Sisters of Mercy and a variety of other orders for this kind of activism. So it's another way of using your money for what you might call smart politics. So just something to reflect upon.
Thank you, Ray. I hope the facilitator is distributing those. My goodness. 1 and 2, and we are done.
Thank you. Thank you to this amazing panel, fascinating conversation. I have a question regarding the issue of commodification of water. And I'm posing the question to the gentleman from Senegal, I believe. What do you think about those who argue that because water is a scarce commodity, as you indicated, particularly here in Africa, that for us to actually really value this commodity, we therefore have to put a monetary value on it, because once you do that, then you're able to even trade it on the stock exchange and so on. And the effect is that the poor end up not being able to afford it. So what do you think about that?
Thank you. And last but not the very least.
Yes, okay. Thank you. My question goes to the first gentleman as well. I got so worried when you mentioned you have little water in your country. And then on top of that, you mentioned how some minerals are exported to France. And I said, what is government doing to help the community and the nation? Because when you don't have enough land, and we are saying, love Mother Earth, then I was really concerned. Part of your country, the smallest is water. You're not able to use water. The energy, the little you get is also transported away. What is your government doing to support in that area? Thank you.
Panelists, you're going to have a total of 5.5 minutes to answer these questions. Let's go.
Thank you. We're going to start with you, Yera.
Sorry if you are so confused. That's why I'm not really. I'm freely in French. That's why when I speak in English, I've made some confusions. I'm not talking about the same countries. I'm from Senegal. But the countries we are facing about the uranium crisis is Niger. Niger is one country in the West Africa. We are not in the same part. From Niger is so difficult because Niger are one of the countries who have the most military government. All 2 years have a putsch. That's why it's so difficult to have some discussion. And the companies are using the instability to do the traffic, if I can call it traffic. And from my country, we have a particular relief that's why difficult. We have some part of desert, and if we talk about desert, we talk about without water. From the cost of the water, I'm feeling that I'm in my course with my teacher, with my prof, we have these debates. Personally, I believe that all of us can have access to water, free. But it's really difficult. In our course, the prof says, water don't have a cost. That comment on peut dire, les coûts for the community, like you are washing or doing the maintenance of the water or water manufacture.
Thank you, Yora. The panelists are going to be around today, tomorrow, until the end. So if your question doesn't fully get answered today, feel free to catch up with them. And I really encourage everyone to catch up with everyone because we can all learn from each other. And so,
dear panelists, how about I interrupt you? And I'll do this starting now to every panel. This is a wonderful discussion. However, you tended to give a lot of time to the words you spoke earlier and very little time for Q&A. I'm going to ask that you take a ceremonial photo. Then everyone who has asked a question and who wants to ask you a question has noted who they want to have their question asked to. We are going to break for 15 minutes to grab a cup of tea and a snack. And in those 15 minutes to grab that cup of tea and snack, come back in. Beatrice and friends, those who wanted the Ugandan line, Beatrice and friends, kindly come to the front. Dr. Riza, are you looking for this paper? It's right over with Father. Beatrice and friends, those who need, that's you. Oh, good. My goodness.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Cornelius Sempala, who's a formator at St. Mbaga's Seminary in Gaba, Uganda, and a professor at the University of Makerere of Education and Pedagogy. Father Professor Cornelius Sempala, kindly take us away with the panelists, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good evening. This is going to be a wonderful conversation this evening. We have the gift of so many very unique people here on the panel. Amazing how God brought us here together. Welcome. And the people are waiting to hear from you, to listen. We are all ears. Should we start with this? Brett, yes.
Or should I use them? Oh, there we go. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you to everybody else on the panel. My name is Mitchell Liddick, and I'd like to open up just briefly before I get into some of the work we've been doing here at BLI on soil quality and soil improvement in relation to integral ecology, by opening with an initial inspiration from Father Katongole himself. When I was initially immersing myself in this concept or idea of integral ecology, I was reading some of his work, and he said integral ecology, much like peace, is not simply a theory, but it is not something that is fully realized or recognized until it is put into praxis. And that is something that is living and breathing here at BLI. And I am very, very happy to be a part of that, and so grateful and honored to play the smallest of roles here at BLI. So I'd like to acknowledge the land that we're working on here, as well as all the caretakers and the co-founders of BLI and everyone else. So I got involved in this project through a fellowship through Notre Dame called the Front Lines Fellowship through the Notre Dame Environmental Change Initiative with my fellow colleague Drew Marcantonio, who is co-advising me on that project. And we wanted to understand and put an empirical number to this idea of integral ecology and see in living and working lands like BLI if integral to Bethany Land Institute in regenerative agriculture and how that pairs with soil quality across these different plots. And so I don't want to take up any more time, but.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitchell. You're doing very important work here, especially on integral ecology, showing it in real, not just a theory. Now we go to Aina Khan, a very strange coincidence, but very interesting personality. We are very
I have 3 minutes, Father, right?
Yeah,
3 minutes?
Go ahead.
All right. I'll try and be succinct. Hello, everyone. My name's Aina. I am a British journalist and freelance foreign correspondent. And today I want to talk to you about indigenous communities and land. I want to take you on a journey outside of Uganda, outside of this continent, to the occupied Palestinian West Bank, to the village of Batir. Batir is the most beautiful, verdant village. It has ancient Roman ridges. Everywhere you look at is green. They have their own water system flowing through this village. They have almond trees, aubergine growing, za'atar, which is a kind of dried, when it is dried, it's a form of thyme which they harvest. Batir is one of the most beautiful villages you'll ever see, and it's 20 minutes from Bethlehem, the birthplace of Christ. But Batir is very deceiving as well, because it also has an occupation that is going on its land right now because of the Israeli government. And it's so interesting being on this continent. There's a centuries old history of colonialism and empire on Africa, which is often collapsed as one country when it's a continent of over 50 countries. But being here is so resonant because what is going on right now in Palestinian land, whether it's in Gaza or in the West Bank, is resonating with indigenous communities around the world. I've worked with secular newsrooms, international newsrooms for almost 10 years now, and I saw a real disconnect in terms of the understanding as to why Palestinians will never leave their land. That's always the framing around Palestinians and land. Why will they never leave their land? But in my travels, in my interviews with Palestinians themselves, from elderly Palestinian women in their 60s and 70s who harvest herbs to men who have tended to olive trees for generations, they saw their land as sentient. It had feelings. It was like their child. And the disconnect that I felt existed in secular newsrooms, I felt indigenous communities understood in the keenest way possible. And so last year I traveled to Aotearoa, New Zealand, to meet with indigenous Maori. And I met a man called Tohe Ashby, and he taught me, there was a gentleman who mentioned something from Notre Dame about a discourse of justice around land. The Maori see land as something that you cannot possess, and it's not exclusive to the Maori. I think all indigenous communities, perhaps it's a generalization, but all of them see land as something that cannot be possessed. It's something that we are a viceroy of, something we are a caretaker of. And the thing that they have in common, regardless of race, regardless of faith, or background or language, is the rupture that happens when colonial powers come and amputate that connection with land. I traveled also in Australia last year, where I met with an elder called Warren H. Williams. He was an Aboriginal First Nations man who's a traditional owner. He has tended to a certain portion of land in Alice Springs, which is in the north of Australia, for tens of thousands, well, not him individually, but his family, for tens of thousands of years. Can you imagine? They've tended to this land so much so that they know the streams, the caterpillars, the mountains, everything they know intimately. So my observation, spending time with him also, I connected the dots and realized there is a real deep, profound, transcendent connection to land. So much so that the cry of the earth that is articulated in Laudato Si is heard by these people who are so often overlooked in the mainstream, where, which I have occupied for almost 10 years. So I have been profoundly challenged and educated from people from these parts of the world, Palestine, out here in New Zealand, Australia. I was in southern Lebanon in January, which was being bombed by Israel. And again, regardless of faith, background, culture, the universal truth that existed was that these people loved their land and that they were being amputated from it. There was more than a physical separation, there was a spiritual separation. And I think the late Pope Francis articulated it in the most profound and most beautiful way, that when you separate a people from their land, the land becomes sick. And science and this kind of esoteric knowledge is still bridging itself, it's still catching up. I'm the grandchild of grandparents who were born in India that was colonized by the British, so there was a personal resonance for me as well, being the grandchild of empire. But I will perhaps stop there because I think I'm maybe approaching my 3-minute mark. This is just the tip of the iceberg of my research, which is so anchored in these people who really listen to the land. And I think when the brother who opened the conference said the cry of the earth we really need to listen to. And actually, in doing so, we need to listen to the people who've been listening to it all along, who are being ignored right now, whether Palestinian, Kanak, Maori, Lebanese, whoever they are, and of course on this continent as well, which I've overlooked. But on that note, I'll conclude and I'll pass it on. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, you have one. Next is Nick.
Okay. Good evening to everyone. My name is Nick Ahmad Heeren. I'm working at a NGO in France called the Catholic Committee Against Hunger and for Development. And I'm also working at the Catholic University of Lyon in the south of France. And I would like to talk, and it's also in the little contribution I wrote, about indigenous peoples in Indonesia, so that's also outside Africa, the Dayak. The Dayak people, they used to cut off hats and all that. That's maybe not a good tradition to keep. You could keep other traditions. They are now Catholic, but then they're also quite animistic on the fringes, I guess. What we have tried to do in that project is work with a partner there. We always work in our NGO with local partners. We never do anything directly from France. That would be recolonializing. And that partner is called the Institute de Ecology. These were actually Dayak people who were able to go to university and then came back once they had their PhD to work with the actual population and to kind of bring back their, let's say, modern knowledge, to kind of link it back up to the knowledge of the indigenous populations. And what they try to do is work on 5 issues. I just mentioned those 5. The first one is culture. The Dayak culture, their original culture, their way of thinking about the forest. You should see Borneo. Borneo is a huge country. It's almost 1.5 times France. It used to be totally covered in the 50s by forest, primal forest, and now it's 17 million hectares of palm oil plantations, except there where our target group was working, and they were trying to obtain, and they have obtained actually land rights. We talked about rights just now, forest and land rights for that area. But they started with culture and with the spirituality behind their culture. So going back also to their belief system, which indeed kind of helped them also to kind of go back to their sacred forest. And because they were working on that sacred forest, lots of other indigenous peoples of that Dayak group, so subgroups from those Dayaks, they came in and they joined that movement. They tried to get also that information about their culture back in the school curriculum. I mean, it was actually really interesting to kind of start from the culture part of it. And then they moved on to the politics, to the land rights, to the forest rights, and they were able, because they were really networking within the political system, to obtain indeed their rights, their community management rights of their own forest, 4,500 hectares, which is not much compared to the plantations, but still is a pretty big forest. And they're really managing it now themselves. So their classical community way of management came back and is accepted by the current government to be actually the way to manage that forest. So you can just imagine, we have this village leader who owns only a motorbike, who takes his bike to the nearest town, takes a bus, first time in his life goes to an airplane and flies to the capital of Indonesia, in Jakarta, and there receives from the president of the republic the rights to their forest. And that story is really, I think, really amazing how indigenous people can actually really win and defend their rights if they are networking with the right people, if they are being supported, if they are part of a local, a national, and maybe even international network. And then we also worked on other dimensions, which I just briefly will mention. One is economy, other economic ways of working, no, not plantations, of course, and especially what they call the tembawa. The tembawa are orchards within the forests with 1 or 2 trees of 15 different species, so all kinds of different forest fruits. And when I saw that, and these trees are massive, they are really what you were saying, they were planted by their grand-grandmothers or grand-grandfathers, and they're still being harvested today. And if you see those tambawas, those orchards with all those fruits, that's when you suddenly think, oh, this is maybe where it all began. You know, for me, and that's the title of my little article, is indeed that it is it's in a way the Garden of Eden of Indonesia. And we were just hearing the Cardinal talking about the Garden of Eden was one of his sees, and I thought that's funny. He mentions that in relation to Laudato Si, and I can actually see that in the actual garden where those people were living. There was also social elements, there were also ecological elements. We're not going to build on that, it would be too long. But what I think in the end is that you really see that empowerment of indigenous peoples is possible. You can reach them to results which are maybe part of that fight for empowerment. And if you go back to Laudato Si, and I'm particularly interested in 180, if you have it in front, if you look at Laudato Si 180 at the end, when the Pope Francis says we need cooperation, networking, community organization, small producers, preserve biosystems, the love of the land, as you were saying, and indigenous peoples, they are particularly good at that. So we see that parallel between what people are doing in the field, how you can strengthen and empower indigenous peoples, and actually put in practice what is in the theory of Laudato Si. Thank you.
Next is Ngozi.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Ngozi Emeka Nwobia. I am a linguist by training, and I teach in the Department of Languages and Linguistics at Ebonyi State University. I work with indigenous communities in southeast Nigeria, Igbo land precisely. In the course of our study, our interest is in safeguarding the planet and safeguarding the voices. We observed that there is a disconnect between the elderly population of Igbo language speakers and the younger population of Igbo language speakers. In our study, we basically document stories, that's oral traditions of the people. We tape record them and the performances, that's cultural and festival performances, which we document as a means of intergenerational transfer of the knowledge and the cultural significance encoded in the language and the culture of the people. Now, in the process of our exploration, we observed that ethnobotanical terminologies were gradually being eroded among the people, especially the young population of Igbo language speakers. There were some knowledge systems which existed among the older population of speakers, whereas for the younger ones, those terminologies were strange to them. So it sparked our interest. So we went ahead to conduct a research to take a documentation of some ethnobotanical terminologies among the people. We worked with 2 communities, and the study gave us yielded about 66 terminologies. Now, in the course, we also observed that there were some speakers that were able to identify those plants. There were some other speakers who didn't even know what the plants were all about. Then there was also this group of speakers that knew the plants, but didn't know the uses of the plants. They just saw them as ordinary plants. So we went ahead to document the plants and the uses of the plants with the intention to go back and then re-educate the people, especially the younger generation of people. Our major concern is that if this older population of speakers die, that knowledge system dies with them. That is a major concern to a linguist. That death of language amounts to death of a generation. amounts to death of knowledge, indigenous knowledge, amounts to death of civilization. And that is our major concern. And that's the response we are giving to addressing that major concern. And that also resonates with the concern, with the tenets of the encyclical on preservation of, on respect for culture, for the significance of culture, heritage of the people. And that's why that's basically what we are working on. In the course of the study, we also observed the different uses of some of these ethnobotanical plants. Some were used for food, others were used for energy, fuel, some aromatic use, and some for ethnomedicine. And that's why we said that if this body of knowledge that are being encoded in the language is lost, then that means that these various experiences will be lost with the people. So that's what the work is all about. Thank you.
Next is Brett.
Hi, everybody. Great to be with you. My name is Brett Beasley, and I'm coming from the University of Notre Dame, and I work in the area of ethics. And I think my general suggestion as we think about listening to the cry of the earth and the cry of the poor throughout the day today is that we can't do those things well without also listening to the cry of animals. And I know my timing is a little inauspicious here as I stand between you and dinner. And I'm asking you to think about the cry of animals. So let me put, perhaps then Laudato Si would really have made a difference. So he made a difference. So he characterized Pope Francis as a well-meaning person who failed essentially to pass through and push the necessary reforms. So I'm sure like me, you probably think that that's not a fair characterization of what Pope Francis has achieved and his impact. But I think although Singer is wrong and unfair in his characterization of Pope Francis, he's right in that we can't do what Pope Francis is calling on us to do without thinking seriously about animals. And just to place us here in the context of sub-Saharan Africa, which is undergoing a livestock revolution. That's the term used by a lot of development economists, as we're seeing meat consumption potentially triple by 2050, dairy consumption maybe double over the course of that time. So there's tough decisions to make. And does Laudato Si empower us to make those? Does it guide our actions as we think about these forces? So for a lot of development economists, rising incomes and movement to cities equal concentrated animal feeding operations. That's inevitably the direction that we're going to go in. So what force does Laudato Si have? And it's not just secular academics like Singer, but also moral theologians who have also questioned why is there not more specific advice about animals in Laudato Si. So it's a document that mentions creatures 80 times, but doesn't really make fine distinctions between types of creatures. So you have to do some very careful reading to draw out what would be the implications for addressing something like the livestock revolution. And even in the Laudato Si action platform, among the various stakeholders that are contributing to it, there has been significant disagreement about how exactly to carry out the goals and how they should address animals. So I do think Laudato Si actually does offer us a tremendous amount. And I think as we walk around BLI, we see a great example of a very different way of regarding animals and integrating animals into food systems. But maybe in the interest of time, I'll save any sort of concrete recommendations for later on.
So now we go to 2 minutes recommendations to a forward future. Is there a future for Laudato Si from your perspective?
Sure. So a few recommendations that I've gathered from my research, and I'm realizing now that I was afraid of running out of time in my first 3 minutes. I didn't touch on the major issue that's at hand here within Uganda, and that is the fact that there seems to be a loss of knowledge in terms of farming, or an urge for rural youth to be moving into cities, and then they're very unlikely to move back into what is a fertile land, or could be a fertile land, and learn these skills in farming, such as regenerative agriculture. And so one of the solutions that BLI provides is having this caretaker program and being able to have these rural youth come here to this living and breathing place of integral ecology and learn these skills, and then seed themselves out into their communities and pass this message so that it can grow. And that is exactly what some of the research touches on that I talked about in 2025, where we conducted surveys along with paired soil sampling. And BLI actually has a really strong part in that, in which they have direct lines of communication to a network of farmers that at the time when we were sampling, we referred to them as champion farmers, and these seemed to be people that had direct lines of communication to BLI. They were practicing regenerative agriculture. And then as you moved further out and dispersed ourselves throughout the communities, there seemed to be less and less of this regenerative agriculture being practiced. And so with this network and this communication through BLI, we could potentially see the message being brought from BLI to these champion farmers and then spread throughout their communities. And there is actually a few really good practices that we noticed, not only through the surveys, but being boots on the ground, taking soil samples throughout these fields. There are practices that we see here at BLI, such as intercropping, which is in a way mimicking what could be a pristine natural forest. You're starting to integrate forest canopy and trees such as papaya and other species that are providing shade and helping to retain soil moisture. And then another major practice that we found besides intercropping was this power of mulching. And so this last time that we took soil samples, we also took soil moisture. And a major issue in Uganda, and that we found throughout our surveys, was that they had major problems sourcing water or having enough water for to maintain their crop yields. And so what we found with the soil moisture is that if you are using mulching, which some people were, but many people were not using, and again, using that network through BLI, this kind of information could be easily spread throughout the community. There seemed to be a much larger retention of water within the soil, and so that could help reduce the amount of sourcing water elsewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
I guess for me, in terms of recommendations, I will defer to a Palestinian woman called Vivian Sansour, who I met, who's from a village called Beit Jala. Beit Jala is next to Batir, which I mentioned earlier. And Vivian is the founder of something called an initiative called the Palestine Heirloom Seed Library. And for those of you who don't know, Palestine is part of a region called the Fertile Crescent. It's a center of It's one of the world centers of diversity, especially when it comes to wheat and barley. And what Vivian has done is that she is trying to preserve indigenous heirloom seeds, not just in Palestine, but also I think she's finished, or she's still currently doing a fellowship at Harvard University in the US. Vivian has taken her project to parts of the US. So, I mean, I'm no practitioner, I'm a journalist who observes and interviews people, but Vivian is a living example of what it means to transmit knowledge and to form international solidarity networks with indigenous communities, Native American communities in the States, but also allies around the world as well. And the importance there, what's so significant about her work is that there is a transmission of knowledge. Tohe Ashby, the spiritual land healer who I met, the Maori land healer from Aotearoa, New Zealand, he's also a teacher. He teaches knowledge to young Maori who don't necessarily know about land, and it's knowledge that has been passed. Most of our traditions, whether it's this continent, South Asia, or the Middle East, we all have very rich oral traditions, and the Maori are no different. And Tohei is passing knowledge on to young students who are reconnecting with nature. And it's really interesting. We live in a very, we have criticism of the economic system of capitalism. And one of the symptoms of living in that kind of system is burnout. And so many people are seeking refuge in nature. So it came as no surprise to me when Tohei was telling me that he's teaching young people to reconnect with nature, to ask permission when you take things from the land, to respect the land. Because these are things that I think are part of our healing as well. So in conclusion, I have no recommendations, but I can only give you examples of people who are living through their actions.
Okay, thank you. So,
okay,
Nick.
Recommendations, that's always difficult. I'm talking about indigenous peoples, and they quite often are excluded. There is a question of exclusion there. They don't have the rights on their land, the plantations have been put in, quite often it's because of central government decisions. Now when decentralization sets in, that gives you opportunities. And what I think with exclusion is you should be included, but not inclusion in the, let's say, formal sense, yes, in the formal sense, but not in the sense by those who keep power, but an inclusion in which they can define themselves as indigenous peoples. And maybe two examples of that. What we did when we were working with our partner organization was trying to have mapping of all their forests. Mapping, of course, is part of a cadastral system, so you move into the modernism, but you want to keep those mappings community-based. And though they really signed off all the maps after lots of discussions with a thumbprint, then the shaman came to kind of sacrifice, I mean, how do you call that? To give that a more spiritual meaning to that community map. But it was all done just to ensure the priests in our community here. This was all done in front of a copy of the grotto from Lourdes with Mary looking up on the shaman. So it's all perfectly safe. And that mapping exercise was really important for them because that gives them, of course, a real kind of power in relation with the discussions, which I think is the second part of inclusion, is building coalitions, try to get into networks, try to use the political system in favor of your own process of inclusion as indigenous peoples. And maybe the last thing, and it's maybe what Ngozi was just saying, the importance of using existing cultural knowledge, transferring it to the younger generations, trying to get it into the curriculum if it's possible. Indonesia has an advantage that on the Wednesday afternoon, in all primary schools there should be cultural dimensions, and quite often it's just singing and music, but you could also talk about specific words, about ways of looking at the forest and what have you. So indeed also inclusion through a transgenerational thing. I think it's really important to work with younger people and to work on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ngozi with language.
Thank you. One of my recommendations is the need for collaboration. Collaboration between the academia and the indigenous people, the government through policies, because we can't work in silo. There is that interconnectivity, the web of connection. So there is the need for collaboration among all the players in safeguarding our planet and also safeguarding our language. It will interest you to know that 2/3 of African languages are classified as unsafe, that is endangered, and that is really worrisome. Now in my university, there's something we're already doing by creating awareness. A group of scientists identified some crops as endangered species, endangered plants. And they call them endangered and orphaned plants. So they have gone ahead to document this plant. Beyond documenting those plants, they have also interfaced with indigenous people to know the original uses of those plants and how those plants were, some of them were food materials, how those things were cooked then. We live in a society where I come from, where there is that disconnect, like I said, between the older and the younger generation. As such, the younger generation prefer the foreign culture due to the influence of westernization. So, the preference of Western culture even rubs us on the food that they take. They prefer Western food because they are more accessible and sometimes are even cheaper than the indigenous meals. So we need to have that collaboration and also, go ahead to hold advocacies on the need for the younger generation to be trained on the uses of some of these things. Again, we have to be intentional and about telling our stories ourselves, because when you don't tell your stories yourself, you might be misconstrued. A wrong documentation of who you are will be sold out to the public. So it is important we get to the grassroots to really hear these people themselves, the indigenous people, instead of depending on what is sold out in the literature. Most times, in my study group, we have debunked some of the claims that were put out about the indigenous Igbo people. Because sometimes there's, some researchers just stayed in one aspect of the Igbo land and generalized the findings. So it is not enough for you to stay in the northern Igbo land, knowing that the different parts of Igbo land use, interesting dynamics and interesting, unique, they have unique culture, they have unique languages that sometimes the so-called classified dialects are so distinct to be different languages on their own. So it is very, very important that we reach out to the indigenous people to hear them tell them stories by themselves, to know how they do things by themselves, and to go ahead to document them electronically for the preservation of the knowledge system. Thank you.
Thank you, Ngozi. Brett.
Okay, great.
Final submission.
Yeah, in thinking about concrete recommendations on animals, I think if you read the entirety of Laudato Si and really follow its themes, especially this Franciscan perspective that it adopts and carries out throughout, and I would say weaves with a liberationist perspective, and I think really a remarkable way. I think even though it doesn't generate any specifics, maybe, that's not to say that it doesn't generate a lot of substantive criteria, essentially, that we could use to make decisions about livestock and animal agriculture. And I mentioned just a few of them briefly. First of all, I think the question of limits. So much of what goes on in intensive animal agriculture that is bad is really driven by the technocratic paradigm. For example, food-feed tensions or food-feed competition, where if we have more intensive forms of animal agriculture, we're going to have to grow crops to feed those animals, and then there's going to be competition between feeding the livestock and feeding people. For economists, this is a problem to solve. It's a problem to overcome. But I think with the criteria Pope Francis gives in thinking about the technocratic paradigm would really indicate that there are just hard limits to what scale animal agriculture should and can take place at. And relatedly, the question of zoonotic disease, which is on people's minds a lot after COVID. At certain forms of expanse, we destroy natural habitats. That leads to zoonotic disease. Intensive animal agriculture in tight spaces leads to the spread of disease like bird flu, like we see around the world. So, sometimes for scientists, that's a problem to solve. Quicker detection of the disease, eliminating flocks to try to stop the spread. But I think what Pope Francis would help us see is that there are just hard limits to how far we can go in having these forms of animal agriculture, and we just need to work with nature and recognize them. And I think along with that, soil, which we've heard so much about already, I think is a great criterion for when the form of animal agriculture makes the soil unhealthy instead of working with the soil. I think that's a clear indication or a good index of what forms of animal agriculture seem to be healthy. In addition to that, I think one reason why Laudato Si never offers very specific recommendations about diet or things like that is because of its focus on these differential responsibilities. People who have certain levels of income and resources and very developed food systems have different responsibilities than people without those food systems and resources. So I think that's one of the main reasons why we don't see one specific recommendation as though this is the correct diet to have or something like that. And then I think lastly, something that I think we've already seen and will continue to see around BLI is forms of animal husbandry, really renewing and maybe rediscovering lots of different forms of what is animal husbandry really like. If we're using that term as a way to care for an animal in a way that really respects and allows the expression of its natural characteristics and things like that. So I think that's another good criterion or index we can use to determine the health.
Question and answer now.
Great. I'm going to ask Father Dr. Cornelius Sempala to allow those who have questions to the panelists to kindly pin them, tag them, follow them, and ask the questions. Pin them, tag them, follow them, and ask the questions. Does that make sense? And from their presentation, they seem to have gone through their work. They seem to have mentioned their recommendations and kind of their closing remarks. So thank you very much, dear panelists, for such an engaging... this is the panel, unfortunately, that has received least time. So a ceremonial photo for those who do this, kindly. As I wrap this up, because of the next program, allow me to mention 3 things that I kindly request to improve tomorrow. Arrival times. The reason I called Mr. and Mrs. Katongole was to have them give commitment that first of all, those who are staying at the great outdoors will not take the long route. We will take the shorter, bumpy route, but get here on time without any stops. Number 2, those from St. Paul also leave at 7:30 and get here in time, and we begin on time. Arriving on time has us beginning on time. We have redeemed a bit of time, but has been very tight, and maybe some people are not very happy with me now. For panel discussions, kindly, panelists, tomorrow I request you to take each the first 3 minutes to introduce yourself and your work. Mention the problem you're working on, mention the methods briefly, and part of the findings. I think you can do that in 3 minutes, friends. Then the facilitator, the moderator, will go on to pose a question that you could take about 2 minutes to explore further. In that question, you could answer a bit of recommendations, way forward, and examples. That would give 25 minutes to Q&A, which will be another opportunity for you to keep talking about your work as you answer the different questions, and then you'll have 2 minutes to close. Now, if, friends, you don't adhere to this, I'll cut you short at 55 minutes, unfortunately, tomorrow, and I'll kind of be strict on that. But I think it will give you enough time to interact with your material. And Q&A tomorrow still, friends. I kindly request that we keep it to just a question or a comment within a minute. Remember my grandmother's rules for meeting around the fireplace: joyful sharing, wise improvisation, and participation of all. Thank you. Mass begins at 6:10 for those who would love to attend it at the church. After Mass, dinner will be served at 6:45. Thank you so very much for the day. We will see you at Mass, we will see you at dinner, and we will see you tomorrow by 8:45 to begin at 9 a.m. Have a great evening. Thank you very much.